Welcome in MPW Digital Postgame Show presented by Realtree. We're just getting going here around 7 o'clock. Eventful day of college football. We got Jeffrey Wright on the horn. We'll get to him in a couple minutes. If he's yelling or screaming or popping anything, you can't hear him yet. I've got him muted, but we will get to him momentarily. We're going to talk to the entire cast of characters here at MPW Digital as the day moves on. Ole Miss 52, Middle Tennessee 3. Ole Miss has allowed 6 points in 8 quarters. Again, crazy day around the SEC. Jaxson Dart sets the SEC record for most completions in a row with 30 over the course of 2 games, 24 in this game, breaking Matt Corral's Ole Miss record. That also came against Derek Mason, by the way, when you look at what Corral did back in 2020 and then Dart here today. We are with you today because of Realtree, and they are trying to help you out a little bit too. You can head to Realtree.com, get 15% off your orders with MPW 15. Again, 15% off your orders with Realtree. Realtree Camo, proud to support Ole Miss football and all Rebel athletics. Fall's coming up, special time of the year, not just for football fans, but for those who love the outdoors, whether you're cheering from the stands, gearing up for hunting season, is all about tradition, family, friends, and unforgettable moments. They bring the same passion in delivering the best in-class camo products, including the new all-purpose hunting pattern, Realtree APX, and Legacy. I've got that shirt on now, plus some of those popular old-school patterns that you love. Again, check out Realtree.com. Camo apparel needs, code MPW15 for 15% off your order. As we're getting started here, give me 1 second to get Jeffrey in the right camera window. We will bring him in as well. Jeffrey, while I'm putting you in, because they're just seeing double of me right now, what's the what's the setup real quick? What are we watching in this next window? What do we got going on?
All right, so right now I have Colorado, Nebraska on TV1 just because the atmosphere is the best.
Oh, let me go to that. Yeah, I forgot that.
I mean, it's pretty nuts. So I have survived the day with Fubo, but I continue anytime I'm like, this is like the best trial you can do for it. And every time I have to be a streaming guy, I can't do it. It drives me insane. Like the stream, like I end up getting in and out of games about 5 times every hour. Like it's the worst. The people that are trying to sell me on it just don't understand. It's like, you probably don't watch as many games as I do. I need to flip.
It's not even Twitter then. It's not about social media.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, because now it's gotten to where the lag is not as bad as it used to be, but it's also like you cannot scroll. Like, you don't have the ability to flip back and forth. And if you're someone who is a professional television watcher, as I am myself, it's just awful.
I'm gonna let you get going here in a second. It's kind of what we did.
Aaliyah, could you bring my glass, please?
Okay, I'll let you.
Yeah, go ahead.
You will be missing this, but this will be a podcast as soon as we get done. I will put this up in audio form, so just catch it there as well. I also need to put a link to Realtree.com up. I will do that in a second. Again, including my cap that I'm really excited about with the buck on it.
It's a great logo.
It's a really good cap. Like I am incredibly happy with this cap. You can get it at Realtree.com.
So I was thinking about this.
That's a large champagne flute.
So I was thinking about this earlier this week because as I was walking through Costco, did I actually want to buy the bottle? Because I don't like champagne.
But
then what I really started thinking about it is I don't want to waste that moment on Cal. And I don't want to keep buying champagne for every time he's going to lose because then it ruins the experience.
But SEC games don't count unless it's Vanderbilt.
Yeah, but like it's the games he dubs big games. Like, part of the reason I popped champagne had nothing to do with how I feel one way or the other about Ole Miss. It had everything to do with that motherfucker made it his Super Bowl. And I mean, it is just tremendous. And I feel so sorry for those kids, those young men at Auburn that Hugh was only able to call the plays for the first series. And, the fact that his attention's just elsewhere, and I just hurt for them that he can't be the one that's calling plays at all the time.
You obviously we're not listening again. I'm going to come back to this after this one statement because I know we're nowhere near done with Auburn and Cal and what that looks like, but I do want to hit a couple Ole Miss things. But after this, so Thursday night on Hand Raised Guys, Grind had called in and given us a bunch of, I'm assuming you can still hear me, giving a bunch of alternative lines. And one, and I'm not calling out Neil here because I had a really bad day of football picks from the Kentucky and a lot of other stuff too. But he loved Auburn.
We could not have been more wrong on that.
Yeah, he had Auburn. We gave even more points. We were laying like 19 or something with Auburn against Cal on this alternative line bet thing for $30. And I can't do that because it's the same thing I said last week. It is undeniable they have the worst quarterback in the SEC.
And that, to me, is the real question. So,
is my audio, by the way, okay, or am I really loud? Tell me, because I feel like I'm screaming, but my levels are kind of okay.
I assume you're talking to the chat, not me.
I am. Yeah. Okay. Go
ahead. So, that, to me, is the actual question. They had the option to go get quarterbacks. They did not get quarterbacks.
No, he looked at Peyton Thorne and said, I'm riding with that guy.
Or, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt here. What if he said, the quarterbacks are so expensive, I still trust that I have job security. I'm going to get this year is going to be Georgia and Bama on the road anyway. That's never a big year for them. I'm going to try to gear up. I'm not going to spend the money on a quarterback this year, and I'm going to either spend it on a recruit or use it to get a couple more receivers.
Oh, you're really giving benefit of the doubt. You got to have a freaking quarterback.
No, I'm asking that.
Okay.
To me, what I actually think happened is that arrogant prick thinks that his offense is so good as long as he has receivers, he can have just about anyone play quarterback, and he can't.
How bad are they?
What surprised me was I thought they were better on defense. I guess he hasn't had time to fix the defense yet.
Yeah, and I mean, because Cal's bad at football.
That's not Cal.
Cal's bad. They're bad.
I mean,
they're really bad.
They were like a 6-win Pac-12 team.
Okay.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like that's like I think bad's a stretch. I think they're the ultimate definition of like average football team.
Okay.
Like when we were talking what is replacement level football, that's them. Because they have a good coach, they got a frisky quarterback, but there's no way top to bottom that roster's that good. But I mean, have you read the drive charts?
No.
So the Hughes one series of calling plays, 8 plays, 75 yards, touchdown. 6 plays, 27 yards, downs. 1 play, interception. 3 and out, punt. 3 and out, punt. 6 yards, field goal attempt, missed. That was the end of the half. 8 plays, 31 yards, punt. 5 plays, 13 yards, punt. Interception, first play. 2 plays and a fumble. The 12 play, 75-yard drive to cut it down 2 scores. 2 plays and out, an interception, 1 play and out.
So awful.
Where's the offensive success?
That was one drive, and I'll tell you, the game, and this is not a Hugh game. By the way, thanks for Super Chat, Blake. He says I could listen to you guys talk about Hugh for 3 days. Jeffrey is the GOAT. It looked like that 2009 Auburn game where Ole Miss went down and scored on the opening possession and then looked like crap the rest of the day and got beat on the Plains. No, it was Jevon Seed, I think.
Oh,
it was 09.
Yeah. So it was my junior year at Pepperdine, and I had to go to the campus computer lab to watch it. That was the only way I could access it at the time. And I woke up. Yeah, I woke up at like 8:30, drove to Malibu, watched it. Yeah, like Dexter, I think Dexter had like a big run, but like it was like one of the most lifeless games you've ever seen.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of what it looked like.
But
I mean, just comparing it to something.
I'll say this. I have found I'm now at the point where all his failures don't fuel me like they used to, because I think people think it's a bit. I am 100% convinced I'm right. I do not think he's a good football coach. I think he is a unbelievable opportunist, and I think he falls like 80% of the coaches. He falls in kind of that middle spot. And I do not think the Auburn job is as good as it once was. And I think every advantage that he had, like if I want to give him credit, and I don't really give him credit, I think it was more circumstance. Where he was ahead of the curve was he was buying receivers before anyone else was buying receivers. Mm-hmm. But largely, he was doing that because receivers were cheaper. That's the reason why Ole Miss never signed linebackers, never signed running backs. It's because the receivers were cheaper. So when everyone else started realizing, when Alabama said, all right, we're going and getting receivers now, well, then all of a sudden, the amount of receivers that he doesn't have that inherent recruiting advantage anymore.
Right.
And now everybody was running tempo. Everybody runs his offense. It's not like this is the thing that always blew me away. Everyone acted like he was some offensive genius. How many times did we sit there and watch them have like goose eggs, 7, 13, like today? They scored 14 points at home. Last year, the only passing offenses that were worse were like Iowa and the service academies. So his reputation always was different than reality. Like Ole Miss has games where they don't move the football. Kiffin doesn't get shut out.
Mm-hmm. Scored the opening 2 drives on Georgia last year.
Yeah.
And now it went to hell in a handbasket, obviously. But
that is one thing I will say that still gives me joy. I still know that look on his face when he knows that they're fucked. Mm-hmm. And you could tell he was bouncing around after that first drive. Oh yeah. And then basically Cal made like 2 adjustments, and they basically said, all right, we're not going man to man anymore, and we're gonna sit there and keep it in front and make Peyton Thorne have to march down the field and beat us, and he can't. And that's the other thing, man. You can tell Hugh really is back in charge of the offense. Their rushing numbers are horrible.
With a good back. Jarquez Hunter's good. It's a good back. Real quick, while we're doing this, people are going to have a coronary. I don't have an official update on Walker Nolan, obviously. He went down with the knee thing there in the second half. He was in the injury tent for a little while, but came back, got on the bike, and appeared... He was even jogging a little bit, seemed to be walking around normally. I put in my observations, which are already up at rebelgrove.com, that they appeared, and I'm stressing appeared because I don't know, but they appeared to get out without injury. Pegues returned. Nolan seemed to be okay from the best I could tell, just from body language. He had his helmet back on. He was doing things that at least looked like it was relatively okay. And then Henry Parrish obviously came back in, too, after he slammed his head on the turf there at one point in the game. He missed one series. Right, Ulysses Bentley did play 4 yards, 2 carries. Go ahead, Trevor.
Okay, so a couple of things on that, like while we're actually talking about the game that the fans care about. So to be clear, Nolan goes injury tent but didn't go back to the locker room.
Correct.
I think that's a good sign.
Yes. So yeah, the exact motion. He looks awkward. He falls down. He has like the weird knee thing. He has to have help getting up. He's putting no weight on the left leg, left knee. He goes straight to the tent. He's in the tent, I don't know, 5-8 minutes. Comes out and he's like doing the little warm-up jog thing. He has his helmet on. Never goes to the locker room and just walks around on the sidelines normally until the game ends.
Okay, to me that's good signs, because normally the bad one is, especially with knee, if they go to the tent, they do kind of the field tests and then they take you back to the locker room. Like that's always when I think it's bad.
Well, that was the Chad thing back in 2016. Remember, because Chad tried to move a little bit, and then when he went in, you went, "Oh crap, okay." That's that.
Because they couldn't put away. Was that Georgia Southern or State? I think it was Southern.
It was Southern. It was Georgia Southern.
Yeah, they couldn't put away Georgia Southern, so Chad had to stay in there. That was the other thing. So was Bentley banged up, or was he benched?
He's been having, and this is just kind of coming from inside the place, I think he's been having a little bit of turf toe issue, and they were just being completely careful and not pushing it and letting Parrish get in rhythm, and they were only playing him as needed or minimally because of the injury.
didn't know if he'd been passed on the depth chart, because that took me back.
I mean, Parrish did start last week. He's gotten more carries, but no, I think this is a pitch count thing. He hasn't stayed healthy throughout a season since he's been at Ole Miss, and you're going to need him for things way, way, way more down the line. So I don't think that was indicative of anything more than a slight injury. Trey D, Super Chat, appreciate it, says Colorado's defense looks like Hugh's offense. Yes, we were watching Nebraska, Colorado primarily right now. Nebraska up 14-0 and driving there in Lincoln.
Yeah.
Can you take anything real quick? Can you take anything in the world out of this game? I mean, other than Dart was very accurate. I mean, he sets the SEC record just straight from a news standpoint, so anybody can't accuse us of not at least mentioning this. Jaxson Dart breaks Matt Corral's Ole Miss record, which was 19 straight completions. He has 24 straight completions today. Corral did it against Derek Mason and Vanderbilt in 2020, as I mentioned. The SEC game record was T. Martin for Tennessee against South Carolina in 1998.
I want it to be known
game record.
I knew that off the top of my head.
Did you really? Okay.
Yeah.
And the overall record was also T. Martin before today. 23 for Martin against South Carolina. 24 overall, which was one against Alabama the last throw of the game, and then those 23 against South Carolina. So Jaxson Dart setting the overall record, multiple games for consecutive completions by 30 straight from Dart. And then, look, your boy Jeffrey, he was pissed when he finally had an incompletion. The body language was...
I loved it.
The body language was really poor the rest of the game. He wanted that perfect game.
I loved it. He was sulking. He was so mad. I loved it. Because it wasn't even just the incompletion. He threw another one. I think it was two. You know what I mean? It's like he went from a perfect game to a two-hitter, and he may have even they've even been back-to-back doubles. He might have even given up a run, lost the shutout. If you want to take something, it does feel like they're operating at a pretty high efficiency level. Has he really? He had he missed the overload blitz where they overloaded his side. They overloaded his backside, and he didn't really see it. He missed that. But I don't even really remember him being under a lot of pressure. Has he?
No,
I don't feel like he's had any heat really the last 2 weeks, and so I'm viewing that as a positive of maybe the offensive line is better.
Can we know?
No, that's the problem.
I mean, can you? I mean, are we there?
Are we even going to know next week?
They're bad. What are they doing today? They were a 1-point favorite against Virginia.
So they're up 17-10, but I'm watching the UVA guy that's kind of an electric factory because every play could be a touchdown or an interception. It is a thrill ride. They're up 17-10, but he's sitting back there. He has all day. So I don't know if we really learn anything probably until Kentucky. Because as bad as it was for Kentucky today, I mean, their defense had Sellers in hell. And then Ashford when he was in there. I mean, probably not. I don't know. That's kind of where we are with this team. And I think sometimes people take it as us being bitter or whatnot, but it's no, I feel like we're just trying to be honest with y'all. There's not a lot of data right now. They look like they have the ability to be a high-powered offense. I think the eye test clearly says they're faster on defense, bigger on defense.
Yeah. Even though they didn't get to the quarterback, they were forcing extra blockers, really making them contain, get the ball out quick. I mean, look, the only thing that looks odd at all is a little bit of pass defense, because there are some guys running with some free lanes and free space. Middle Tennessee had several drops, which contributed to a lack of yards. I think only 209 yards total, but or at least with the starter. However, at the same time, there was stuff open in that, and they did allow more than 75 yards in 2 different quarters passing.
I was going to say, the only thing I feel like I've learned is I had concerns. I felt like most fans' concerns was offensive line, and I think that's completely fair. I would have included secondary, and I think the front 7 are clearly better. I still don't feel great about that secondary. Now, the best way to help a bad secondary is have a good front 7. But, like, do you remember on that – I can't remember if it was the third quarter or the second quarter, but they tried to run the play-action deep post, and the MTSU receiver got by both. Like, Ole Miss had it on paper defended. They had the receiver bracketed. They had a guy over the top and a guy underneath, and he just got by both of them.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's not great. Like, I get it's down to down, whatever. Like, maybe they schemed up that play.
Right.
Like, yeah. But I just felt like MTSU's receivers were open way more than you would have probably preferred.
Including the inside guys and the tight ends. Like, I felt like they really were able to kind of get to the middle of the field when you looked at what was going on there. But
I mean, that's
even that, look. I was texting with Neil. Ole Miss was bored.
Yeah, no. To me,
bored.
the other thing you could take away is you could tell the difference between game 1 and game 2. Not from the sense of, oh my God, Furman is just that bad. To me, it's just like you're just more hyped up on game 1. It's the first time out there, and you can tell, like, all right, they knew we're. By the way, Josephine continues to be a wagon. I believe, if you consider, I think Ole Miss was 9. They played 13, 9-4 against the spread last year, maybe. But
right?
also,
okay.
I was on the right side of. So the games I missed were, I got Alabama wrong, and then because I hammered Georgia because I was like, Georgia's going to flex that night. Because I was on Arkansas too. The rights know the Rebs right now. The girl's a covering machine.
Did you ever situated for today's game? Like, I mean, right there, just hanging out, just chilling.
She was an animal tonight, and not in a good way.
Not in a good way.
I mean,
had a rough one.
Let me just say this: it was so bad that my wife called my mom and said, "Hey, you know how you said you wanted some one-on-one time with her tomorrow? You want to come get her?"
Yeah. Hey, you've been wanting to see her. I tell you what. Here you go. It's
sweep.
Hi.
Hey, we'll meet you at church and hand her off to you.
Well, I used to tell this all the time. Like, my mom would keep Carly in like one night a week, and you're going, hey, it's like the perfect amount of time to like reset, but it also doesn't feel like you're a bad parent that's just giving your kid away, like all the time.
Right.
It's like, it's that perfect middle where you're just like, yeah, okay, it's cool.
I mean, so we're in the middle of teething, and I mean, just a disaster all day.
Scott, thanks for super chat. He says Ole Miss covering the 40.5 makes him wants him to nug like I've never nugged before. Have you tried these things, Jeffrey?
What are they?
The saucy nuggets from Wendy's.
Oh, so I just like the plain nuggies from Wendy's or the spicy nug.
I mean, we
I know
did
you'll do the ads.
Yeah, we did a mukbang last Thursday. I brought them in and we tried all the flavors.
So I don't love all the ghost pepper crap. Like, that's not for me.
And it was it wasn't buffalo. It was almost like a creamy orange sauce.
Yeah.
And it had like ghost pepper flakes on it, is what it was.
I want to be very clear. I support Wendy's. I don't want this to be pointing the finger. It's just like I respect the regular nuggies too much to. I don't need the sauce. Like to me, the regular nuggies are good. But like in terms of anything else to take away today, I don't know. Trey Harris to me looks like a friggin' monster. Priestcorn looks like the guy that I covered at Memphis now. I never really felt like he got there last year. I think he looks really healthy. And then, yeah, like I don't love – if they were playing a big game, I don't love their short yardage options.
No, that's true.
That's it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's pretty –
Considering what we're saying, yes. I mean, that's relative to we are nitpicking
Correct.
looking through things. Because, look, it's one of the things that they have done is, look, I mean, middle work wasn't going to beat a lot of teams. But you look around the country, I mean, Northern Illinois experienced team. I'm not comparing middle to them under a first-year coach. But there are a lot of teams that play with their food. And I will give Lane that credit. Like early on, they just put the foot down and go, we are not having one of those days where even early in the third quarter, we're curious about this damn thing.
I felt pretty good when they had the skirmish at the half. That kind of made me feel better about it because I got 41.5, but on Friday for the pick segment, I had to lay 43. And there's a huge difference. That's a key number. There's a huge difference. When Ole Miss at one point was covering by 42. And so I needed that last touchdown for the pick segment. So I was glad that they punched in, and I was also very glad that Vanderbilt got that, or I'm sorry, MTSU got the illegal block because they had the ball to the 30 on that second team, and I was like, oh, God, that'd be quite the way to lose a pick segment. But, yeah, I think it was very clear that and it was a different way of, like, making sure than last week, where this week they are like, every time we see two high safeties, we're going to do what you're supposed to do, which is run the football, and we're going to run the football effectively. And they did all day.
Right now, at this moment, Nebraska has 97 yards and Colorado has either 2 or -2. I missed whether there was a minus next to that or not.
So
one or the other.
I bet it's minus because the only time they had any field position was because of a kick return.
Okay.
And they basically went 3 and out after that. Okay, I'll get you. Nebraska.
I was going there next, Blake. Thanks for the super chat. He says, does Notre Dame loss say anything about A&M? And I guess that's half my question. And the other half is, look, you lose to Northern Illinois, and I know they blah, 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 have a bunch of experience, whatever. Still Northern Illinois. It's a MAC team.
I mean, they popped – I know it was like an FCS game, but they popped somebody they put like 70 on them last
Northern Illinois?
Yeah.
Okay. Point being, you're probably not going to go 10-2 when you lose to Northern Illinois from one of them. But having that level of loss, I mean, do we go ahead and just take Notre Dame and completely throw them over to the side now and be done with that for a month and a half?
No, because I kind of think the Marcus Freeman experience is a lot like the Hugh experience, where – because my wife even asked the same thing. She said, does this say more about Notre Dame or does this say more about A&M? I think what it said was they got up for a big game because you could tell like they were locked in. And to me, the key was A&M gets those 2 offensive linemen hurt, and from that point forward, they freaked out. And on that night, they were the more mature team. I also think it speaks to Notre Dame has to be able to run Riley Leonard. I need to look at how many times did he carry it today?
I have no idea. I have not looked.
Because he carried it a lot against so he had 11 today, but I don't know how many of those were sacks. Like, I don't know how many of those were, like, actual, like, rushing attempts.
You know, we've got, like, the Brian Kelly face in losses now, and we have a lot of NFL coaches where we know the looks. We're starting to get a Marcus Freeman face. Like, he is looking very dejected in these losses. He loses to Marshall.
He has his hands on his hip. It's like an off, like, he's got, like, it's like a hand on the hip. Oh, my God. Have you seen how fat Brett Bielema is right now?
Oh, no. Where's Bert?
Bert's on FS1.
What's he doing? What's he doing?
He's just on. They're playing. Illinois is playing.
Oh,
Kansas.
right. Yeah. Illinois. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah.
And he's wearing. It's whatever. It's September the 7th, and he's already got the full pullover on.
He's doing the big garbage thing.
Yeah, the thing that like they cut like they go to like the pitcher's mound tarp and they just like cut a hole in it and put it on top of him.
Yeah. It would say Adidas or whatever if it was Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying?
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly. It has that. But to me, it's just like they ride the wave, man. And like he's kind of one of those coaches. Like it's the thing that you have to like in the end of the day, like tip your cap to Saban. Yeah, they wouldn't win every single game, but how many times did they show up and you're just like, that looks like a different team than I saw last week?
There's a reason why you're the robots. No, you got exactly you could beat them, but you had to go do it. They're not handing you one. Ever.
And like I get it. This isn't like a, let's all praise Nick Saban day, but it's just like it really is to have that consistent of an operation for that long. It is remarkable.
I want to throw something at you real quick. We're talking about playoff teams. Obviously, that's where Ole Miss is at right now, and you start comparing it to other programs, see who's going to be in there, see who we're going to watch and do this for as the year play out. And you see these Big Ten scores today. Penn State barely knocks off Bowling Green, and we're doing sort of this week 2 reset and overreaction to the week 1 overreaction. Like I feel like our sample size is doubled, so now we're going, okay, this and that, and now where are we sitting? Is USC the big winner for the day? They get through that LSU game, and then here's their schedule. Utah State, that's today. I'm assuming they will win tonight at 10 o'clock. Michigan.
Utah State's real bad.
Yeah. Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Penn State at home, Maryland, Rutgers, Washington, Nebraska at home, UCLA, Notre Dame at home. USC's a playoff team today.
Yeah, I think the problem, though, with USC is, like, some of those games don't sound challenging right now because of some of the scores. But that is a lot of those places, USC is going to have to go and play those teams in cold weather environments, and they're going to have to try to throw the football like they do.
They're going to have to, actually, their only road game in a cold weather environment, they go to Michigan on the 21st of September. It's not going to be freezing. At Minnesota, October 5th. And at Maryland, October 19th. That's it. Because their other road games are UCLA and Washington.
Yeah, and also, like, I don't know. I thought they had when we were talking about a mature, impressive win from A&M last week, I thought they had the same thing. Like, I think they let LSU beat themselves. Like, and LSU obliged them, and then they went and got it. And I guess
Chauncey, it's a tough schedule for SC. It's just it looks more manageable today than it did 48 hours ago.
Yeah, I mean, to me, they won a swing game. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the thing that makes you feel differently is we saw Miller Moss in a game, a real game, not a bowl game with opt-outs and everything, and the kid looked really good. I think that kind of is what changes your opinion. I mean, the problem that we're going to have is, okay, like the question of, based on what you saw today, would you rank Texas number 1? It all comes back to the same problem that people had with Georgia. What if Clemson and Michigan just kind of suck? Like, I know one thing I know about Michigan. They don't have a quarterback.
No, the quarterback play on both those teams is god-awful. Klubnik and whoever the kid is from Michigan. I don't know his name.
And it's Davis Warren, the double first name.
Great.
And it's obvious today that he beat out Alex Orji for the job, and that's a problem. It's like the real question is, how did Michigan wind up with that quarterback situation? Like I have no idea. It's but I mean, like, what if it turns out that Michigan and Clemson are like 8-4 type teams?
And I think Clemson's probably going to finish with a better record than that because of their league and their schedule. But Michigan,
the ACC just got a big SEC win today.
Hey, the SEC is either 3-4 or 3-5 against Power Fours going into tonight. One or the other. And Alabama is scuffling with Golash and the Bulls right now.
Just got a big tutty there. The SEC wasn't great last year either. Like, I don't know. Bowl record may have changed, but I don't care about bowl record because nobody's playing. Like, who knows who's even playing?
We're seeing
But
a
I mean, like,
separation. The top teams are good, and you're getting to the middle fast. I mean, like I believe in Georgia. I believe in Texas. I believe in Ole Miss right now. And I'm not
I
getting
guess
on Alabama yet.
I guess the way
By
that
the way,
I phrase
Missouri, Luther Burden headed into the locker room with an injury.
the way that I phrase it is, I believe I would ride with the SEC's best team against anyone every year. I don't know if
sure.
I think the league gets overrated in general because I think the middle of the league's not as great as anyone wants it to be. Where I do think the SEC is different is I think a bad SEC team is better than a bad Big Ten team, better than a bad. There's more players on those teams. But I mean, we're basically just seeing that the same script that we've kind of had the last 2 or 3 years. I mean, I think what the stat was last year, I need to go back, and it held up. It's like 80% of the weeks had a top 10 team losing.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Ole Miss is better than Tennessee because I think they're better on defense. I think both teams are prolific on offense, and I'll still take a third-year starter with Lane over I will a first-year starter at quarterback. Nico's good, but give me the third-year guy.
They're kind of the same team.
Yeah.
The same questions that
Got good
apply
fronts. Got some questions on the back seven.
I think I like Ole Miss's receivers better.
Mm-hmm.
Because if Lee really comes on like he has, and that gives him like another dynamic option over the middle.
And Wells is explosive.
I mean, right now, who you taking away? I mean, I think you got to try to take away Harris, but the other three guys are good enough to beat you.
Mm-hmm. Watkins did play today. Got in there.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like they're the same team.
Does Ole Miss get anything out of that just being a road game next week, or no, because it's Wake and there's no environment? I mean, it's going to be 32,000 or whatever it has. Maybe I'm being rude to them, but whatever it looks like.
I think it's like 35.
Okay. That's your.
I mean, it's the first road trip. I mean, there's kind of a team element of, all right, first road trip, whatnot, but not really. I mean, from what it seems like,
5.
I mean, from what it seems like, Ole Miss is bringing a pretty big crowd.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was always, it's a lot like Vanderbilt, where, when you had the Clemson game, it'd be half Clemson people, half Wake Forest people. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be like that, obviously, because it's a little bit further away, but it seems like Ole Miss is bringing a crowd.
Yeah, where's the... I like Daquan Wright, too. I actually think he gives them a little bit more of a little bit more
I
of a
want to
dynamic.
give a quick shout out to my boy Drew Burnett. I think that was his first catch.
Was it?
Yeah, I think so. Before his
I can
parents
check that.
jumped me.
I can check it.
I think Drew got his first catch.
Okay. Here, let me see. Let me get the stats up. Oh, you mean so he did get one today? You're sure about that?
He got a catch. He got a catch today for sure. I just don't know if that was.
Yeah, one catch, 12 yards.
I don't know if he got a catch last week.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now for you. We can answer that. Cool kid, good story. He's the kid that had the incident. Not of his own fault, obviously. I said that like he had like a criminal charge or something.
Right? No. He got shot in the leg celebrating the rebel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
In Omaha. In Omaha, of all places. Yes, the Memphis kid did get shot, but as I'm required by law to say, he did not get shot in Memphis. I told you, it's when I saw when Hideki was coming, the story about his bag and passport getting stolen and his caddy not being, their passports got stolen, so he couldn't get through customs. And it's like once his bag got stolen, I clicked on the story because that was the week they were playing in Memphis, and I just gave such a huge fist pump. It's like, no, their stuff got stolen in London, not in Memphis.
Yeah.
Big win.
Pro Football Focus says that is a yes. That he had a target but no catch last week.
Okay.
And that was his first catch.
So shout out to Drew Burnett.
Yeah. That's where we are there. Now look, I mean, Tennessee and them, it's a good comparison. But Ole Miss is better at wide receiver, and overall,
Nico just
I like
a bad
their
pick.
front and their do what?
Nico just threw a bad pick.
Did he? Is that what you're
Yeah.
watching now?
Well, I've got everything
Yeah,
on right
yeah,
now.
yeah, yeah. Um, we touched on it for a minute. Well, no, let's go somewhere else first. Two more
All right.
games. Arkansas. That was a team that has no freaking idea in the world how to win a football game. None. Like, you have to learn how to win, and they are not there. They dominated the stats. Have you looked at this? Every stat.
Chase, it's maybe the worst loss of my life.
Complete domination.
No. You don't understand. So I thought it was going to keep going down because I thought people were going to keep betting Arkansas. So when I still saw it at 7.5, I took it because I go, I'm getting the hook. Well, I got that good closing line value as it was 10 this morning.
Oh.
There was one moment in the entire football game when I was not covering. That was the moment in which Oklahoma State scored a touchdown and went for 2. There was one scenario in the entire game script that had to happen. Number 1, Oklahoma State had to win the first overtime coin toss. They had to go on defense. It had to go to a second overtime. And then Oklahoma State had to A, score a touchdown, and B, get the 2-point conversion, and then have Arkansas not score. That is exactly what happened. 7.5 loses, 8 covers. I could get Alzheimer's. I will remember that game for the rest of my life. That was an all-timer. And it was more than just not knowing how to win. It was kind of like I know everyone wants to kill the punt returner. That was really damn fluky. Do you see what happened?
Mm-hmm.
One of the blockers gets rolled up and right on him, and he calls for fair catch. It wasn't like he was trying to do something stupid. He was calling for a fair catch. Guy rolls up on him. He misjudges the ball slightly, tries to hop forward, and the guy's there, and he can't move forward. It was one of the picks was in the end they lose the game because they were really bad in the red zone. They moved the ball.
The dumb penalty at the end.
That was dumb, but then Bowman tried to match him, going finger guns down the sideline.
At the Arkansas bench.
By
the way, speaking of quarterbacks in orange, and I'm going to come back to Arkansas with a couple of those stats in a second. I saw this. Peyton Thorne, back to him for a minute. 13 starts against FBS opponents the last 2 years. Peyton Thorne.
Good night.
By the way, say goodnight to the wagon, y'all.
Oh, good night. We cover all the lines.
Yes, we cover for the Rebs.
11 of 13 games, 165 passing yards or fewer. His averages, in those games, again, all FBS games the last 2 years. 125 yards passing per game, 15 TDs, 13 picks. 125 per game against FBS opponents.
See, but I don't like putting it all on him.
Well, no, but you can't win like that.
Well, but who's the dumbass that sat there and doubled down on him?
Well, man, yes, I understand it's like us blaming Ed Orgeron instead of Pete Boone right now. I understand that. I get it. It's not Peyton's fault. He's trying.
But you are proving my point. It's not as if it was undetermined whether or not he was good. It's not like, I would argue this. I would stump for Jaxson his first year at Ole Miss. His numbers weren't great. And he had some games where you're sitting there going I don't know, man, to the point that his own head coach brought in other quarterbacks. It's not like that with Peyton Thorne. They literally just decided we're rolling with this guy.
No, they chose him. He's my dude. It's where we are. So is Arkansas is better than we think, right?
I'm very frustrated by today because I feel like I've kind of got out on a limb, and it's not popular. I get Neil has
649 yards, 416 passing, held Oklahoma State to 59 yards rushing in Stillwater.
Ollie Gordon was non-existent.
Well, they only gave him 10 carries deep into the fourth quarter. That's malpractice.
Well, I'm telling you, man, if you like every carry, like he wasn't moving
2.3 yards per rush.
But I mean, that's also the problem with their offense. Their offense is entirely RPO. I mean, that's the thing. Basically, Arkansas said, you're not going to beat us with him. I mean, what was turnovers 3-1?
3-1. 2 fumbles, 1 pick.
I mean, how do you lose a game when you outgain somebody? What was it? 400 yards?
Yeah, it was total yards 649 to 385, so almost 300 yards.
Okay. So for those that don't know, the statistical analysis says for every 100 yards of offense that you have against an opponent, you should have 7 more points.
So they should have won this game by 17 to 20 points.
And what were they up for a large portion of the game? 2 scores the whole time, and here we are. I mean, I do think that team, that's not a team that I want having life when I'm Ole Miss and I go there in November.
Yeah.
Because they got enough that scares me.
Because the quarterback's going to throw some to his guys and throw some to you, and they're just going to be this weird game, and it's.
And what if it's their night? You know what I mean? It's the night where he doesn't throw it to you.
Last thing, and I'll let you get back to your games. Kentucky, South Carolina.
Oh, we're getting back to the other game.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, we'll close with that.
Okay. South Carolina, Kentucky.
I'm not done.
You're good. Does this increase the competitiveness with South Carolina more than it decreases it with Kentucky if you're Ole Miss? Or where do you sort of put the pendulum on what we saw today? As South Carolina, frankly, just kicked their freaking teeth in.
So, I first and foremost, apologies to South Carolina.
Yeah.
It changed my opinion more on Kentucky than it did on South Carolina. The game script went entirely the way that South Carolina needed it to. What shocked me was Kentucky was incompetent up front. And I thought they were going to be good up front. Mm-hmm. And Vandegrift had no time. And when he did have time, he wasn't very good. But he wasn't very good because he'd had no time. I mean, what was the final yardage total now? I felt like every time you looked up, Kentucky was going 3 and out.
I thought they were just horrific. I mean,
it literally looked like they didn't practice. And honestly, it made me think because okay, in the end, South Carolina had 31 points and 252 yards. Now, they did have 5 per play, but it made me question whether or not Kentucky is good, honestly. Because maybe we're going to get to the situation where we realize both those teams sucked and just one team was even suckier.
Sure.
Because, I mean, that was the other thing. It's when the game was still kind of in the balance at the end of the first half, there was Sellers. I'm not kidding you, man. That guy might have the worst pocket presence I've ever seen. He took back-to-back, hold the ball forever, strip sacks, and they got the ball. If Kentucky one of those times could have picked it up and ran it back or whatnot. I don't know. I was shocked by how incompetent Kentucky looked on offense. They looked like they could not do anything. But I still don't upgrade South Carolina from what I watched.
Yeah, South Carolina, Sellers did nothing to look the part, even though he was 11 of 15 for 159 and 2. It was a little fool's gold. Against the Kentucky defense, I do like. And then Carolina only rushes it 34 times for 86 yards. Kentucky can stuff you a little up front. But Vandegrift, this poor cat, 3 of 10 for 30 yards. Kentucky in the game. Even getting throttled where usually you throw the ball down the field and pass some stats late. 6 of 17 for 44 yards. You'd have to really hunt to find a worse statistical game from a quarterback in a league game. That's horrendous.
I don't know. No, go find a Peyton Thorne game where he threw for 40 yards.
Okay.
I mean, I will say, like, it did make me from what I watched last week, I thought now Vandegrift does have a little kind of YOLO in him. But I thought he was pretty solid last week. I mean, I don't know. I found myself watching that game and going, both these teams suck. It was one of those ones where in hindsight, it's like, just take the points in that game, because last year I think that game was like 13-10 or 14-10.
Mm-hmm.
And with South Carolina winning, and it's like Heroes, like those two teams are the same thing. Like no one should be favored in that game. That's what it made me realize. Like if there's like, oh, there's one I want back, that's it.
Yeah, Kentucky would have gotten a better quarterback had they actually gotten DJU. They did want him. They tried.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I don't know, man. Like we know what DJU is.
So what's your boy going to say tomorrow?
What did he say tonight? I haven't gotten to watch.
I don't know.
So we had a really good plan. You got to go look up quotes. He had to start with, we had a really good plan. Good week. No one was the king of, we had a good week of practice after like a game where they didn't score. Like that was always it's like, well, how good of then maybe you have sucky practices if you think you have a good week of practice.
Because we didn't see this coming. So
correct.
Yeah, it's let's see. Is he going to get one of those Hugh signature wins that's like really good over somebody?
I don't know, man, because he's got like who would even qualify, because he's got Georgia and Bama on the road, and I don't see either of those.
Okay, here's a quote. Let me see if it must be good, because people are like pulling it out. So let me see if I can increase the volume enough where you can hear it too through my computer. I don't know. Let's find out. Let me move the mic. Again, I have not listened to it, so I don't know what he said. Hold on. Hold on. Let me stop the audio on the other one. We got time here, everybody. Just chill out.
Well, I mean, I almost was going to tell you to fire up the YouTube channel. Go to whatever, Auburn. Go to the.
Just go to their thing.
I don't know how long it took him. I don't know. What did it take him? 3 years or so to get there, or 4 years? I don't know. Some of y'all could do the research, but his second year. Whew, I don't know that that's accurate, but.
Oh no, that's an old clip. That's an all-timer.
Oh, this is all. Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, that's an all-timer. Yeah.
Okay.
It was about Kirby. It was about Kirby.
My bad. That's just what popped up. All right.
Yeah, no. That's an all-time. No, that was a spring maybe. No, that's one of his all-time best. Because when I heard do your own research, it triggered alarms, because I was like, no, that's
my bad. Yeah. My bad. All right. We'll look in a minute. Neil McCready is joining us in a second. I gotta get.
If you want to fire up YouTube, let's just go ahead and watch along.
Okay, let me go try to find it in a second. Neil's like pouring coffee or something. He'll be here in a minute. All right, hold on.
I'll pull her nooner.
All right. I know I'm in all three screens. People, just give me a second.
And I think before you start, we should make a bingo card. Like, what are the things we're gonna for sure hear? Because obviously we're gonna have a really good plan. Great week of practice. There'll be something about I had Derek because they were bad on third down, right? Let me double check that one. Another one to always keep in mind is he'll throw his coordinator on the bus. He'll say, "I called first and second down," and they were 5 and 10 on third down. So he'll take credit for third downs. Derek was definitely the red zone guy because they were bad in the red zone.
Neil, how are you?
Chase, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Jeffrey's along with us as well.
I heard. Are we on?
Oh yeah, we're good. We're rolling. You're in.
Okay.
We're just chilling.
Were you able to? How much were you able to watch from the press box? And I'm not talking about the Ole Miss game.
Yeah. I kept a pretty solid eye on California in the second quarter. In the second half, I mean, that was interesting. I had a feeling we would be talking about it some, so I had it on a screen. They're bad. I mean, listen, you can talk about some other teams in the league and stuff. I mean, there ain't a lot of certainties on that Auburn schedule if that's the quarterback play.
Okay, but so here's my problem.
And listen, and Hugh is going to have to spend less time on defense. He's going to have to trust his defensive coaches and take this offensive play calling over and get the team ready, or else. I mean,
well, no, Neil. He's going to have to find the time. Like, he's hurting those kids. He was only able to call the offensive plays on their first series.
Oh, yeah.
And Derek had to take over because, he had so many other things going on.
Right.
That's just an absolute shame. But, like, this is the whole point is at what point is it Hugh's fault for playing Peyton Thorne? Like, we can do the whole Peyton Thorne thing. They could have gotten another quarterback. They didn't.
Oh, it's his fault now, obviously.
That's kind of what blows me away. And this is the other thing that I've been saying. Like, I actually mean this. I enjoyed today just because I enjoy watching him lose. I'm now at the point, though, like, I think people think this is a bit and whatnot. I don't think he's going to be successful. I've been very clear on that. I now just feel like I just keep getting more and more data points, and then everyone else is in denial. But it's like, I'm not in denial like y'all are, so have at it. I don't think he's a good coach.
Well, I mean, that was not a good team today. That was not, I mean, again, I mean, I've pretty much seen everyone around the league right now. Some of the games before the season that everyone called wins for them, I'm not convinced they're wins.
I mean, to me, it all comes back to what he, I think, proved is that the approach of Cutcliffe and Houston Nutt, who still had that old school, hell, it's Ole Miss. What he proved is it's a pretty good job. Is it the greatest job in the world? No. But it's a pretty good job. And you can have some success there. Now you actually have a really good coach, and you see, all right, you can win 11 games there.
At Ole Miss, yeah. I mean, look, in today's SEC, I don't know that Auburn's the great job it once was. I mean,
I totally agree.
I mean, for the obvious reasons, now that the playing field's been somewhat leveled, they're not on the same par with, like, Alabama, Georgia, Texas. And then if you have programs like Ole Miss and Missouri that hire the right coaches and get their things going, the NIL things going and all that stuff, those programs can not only catch Auburn, but I think pass Auburn. I think Ole Miss and Missouri have passed Auburn. I think they're better jobs today. Now, is that because of Kiffin and Drinkwitz, or is that because of infrastructure, or is that because of some combination therein? I don't know.
I think it's largely because Georgia is maxed out, and Alabama, while maybe not peak of its powers, Alabama's still operating at a high efficiency. How many times has that ever happened in Auburn history, where Georgia and Alabama are both operating close to peak efficiency?
I mean, not often, and
Tennessee's pretty good.
Yeah, Tennessee's really good, and I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just got through covering Ole Miss, and I was doing Lane's thing, so I really haven't gotten a chance to see everybody or whatever. I saw bits and pieces of games. Obviously, I saw a decent amount of South Carolina, Kentucky, and a decent amount of we mentioned Auburn and Cal. But I don't. It's not like I was getting. I couldn't just lock in on games because I was trying to write ahead and stuff because Jaxson Dart was having a record-setting day and Henry Parrish was having a record-setting day, and I was watching Walter Nolan after he limped off to see what was going on with that. So I was thinking obviously about the thing I was going to write, but if you're talking about where Auburn is with an average coach, and I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, calling him average, they're an average program. I think they're in trouble. I don't know, who does Auburn have next week?
I think he's got a
couple gimmies.
Yeah, well, no, because they have another weird CUSA team before
it's New Mexico.
Bama.
They've got New Mexico and then Arkansas, right?
Yeah, and then Oklahoma, and then Georgia, and then Missouri.
Well, I'll give you a hot take. I think Arkansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, and who was the other one you said?
It's New Mexico, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Georgia, Missouri, Kentucky.
Of those, after New Mexico, Kentucky's the most winnable game.
Well, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
They're going to be heavy underdogs in 3 of them.
The only thing I'll say about Arkansas, though, Neil, is they are clearly a better football team, but that also has the makings of if they lose enough games that just becomes the team that quits.
Yeah, they'll beat UAB next week, and then Auburn will be their game where they can prove to themselves that they can actually win. That'll be the biggest game Pittman's ever coached. If you believe that he's trying to hang on.
Isn't that game though at Jordan-Hare though?
Yeah, although Jordan-Hare is not a big home field advantage at 11 a.m. when your team's not winning.
Is that 11 a.m.?
Oklahoma are their home games, and they're at Georgia, at Missouri, at Kentucky. A bye between Georgia and Missouri.
I'm just saying, I don't buy this idea that he can't get fired this year.
Ooh.
Oh no, I agree completely. Depends on the money.
I'm not saying I'd bet on it, but I don't buy this idea that he's for sure getting year 3.
If you've made a mistake,
does he get year 3 if he goes 4-8?
There's no reason to extend it another year if you make a mistake. And in a world where, let's say, he loses to Arkansas, loses to Oklahoma, all of a sudden the L's start piling up. It gets iffy fast.
The one thing that
did you get anything on Nolan real quick? Got people asking.
Yeah. Nolan is. I won't say he's fine. Lane said the decision for him not to return was Lane's decision and not medical. He said, and it's in the notebook. He said Ole Miss fans can rest easy.
They survived all the potential things it looked like on the field there, because Pegues and Parrish both came back. And then obviously,
yeah. I think Parrish's deal was they were checking him for a concussion. They were making because his helmet went down hard. I don't even know what JJ's deal was, but they both came back, like you said. And then Nolan looked to me like he could have come back, but Lane was like, "Nah, there's no point."
I had heard some turf toe. Any indications from anybody just around, or what you've heard on why Bentley was only 2 carries?
We asked Lane about it. He gave us kind of a weird answer about other guys that had better weeks of practice and stuff like that.
Your camera is headed directly towards your crotch now.
Sorry.
In case you're
trying to change games.
It was a weird answer. He said that he'd done nothing wrong. I'll be honest. I know that Lane rarely does coach speak. It kind of felt like one of those rare coach speak moments where he wasn't going to say it, but yeah, it didn't sound. He didn't sound super excited about Bentley.
So it's possible he has gotten passed on the depth chart.
Oh, I think it's possible he's gotten passed on the depth chart. I think it's possible that this might be a little bit of a, hey, you better be a team player kind of a thing. And then look, Parrish is so much better than Bentley is in pass pro that's a big part of it.
Garrett Nussmeier just went out with an injury for LSU. They are up 23-14 on Nichols right now.
Well, you take Nussmeier off that team, and they're in deep trouble. Deep trouble.
Yeah.
And how about
Tennessee
Kentucky
up
today?
10-3.
They sucked.
Yeah, I was telling
Kentucky
Jeffrey
sucked.
their quarterbacks combined went 6 of 17 for 44 yards or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. The question to me was, do I upgrade South Carolina? And no, I don't. I think that game just played out. I think those are the same teams, and that game played out very weirdly, and that's why South Carolina won. But what I do take away from that is I am no longer worried about South Carolina upsetting Ole Miss. Or I'm
Agreed.
sorry, I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. And
Kentucky. Yeah,
Yes.
Kentucky's going to lose by 3 to 5 scores here. The kid at South Carolina, I get why they like him. I mean, he is really athletic and plays really hard. He's not super accurate or anything yet. I've got it. If you told me he's a good player down the road, I'd buy it after watching him today.
I don't know. He has the worst pocket presence I've ever seen. Does he even remotely have a
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt of it being his second game.
No, see, I think they like him because he's not Robbie Ashford.
I mean,
how many programs have to sit there and go, Robbie is a lot to deal with?
I mean, a bunch. I have to be careful that I'm not comparing everybody to the guy that I see every week, because the guy that I see every week is incredibly poised right now in the pocket, incredibly just very, very accurate. His footwork is – he gave a lot of credit post-game to Joe Judge. Mm-hmm. And I don't know that we probably talk about that enough, in large part because we never get to talk to these people. But I think that has turned out to be an incredible benefit for Jaxson to have on a day-in, day-out basis. A former NFL head coach who has worked with so many quarterbacks in his past and stuff, to have him in addition to Weiss and Kiffin on a day-to-day basis working with him. I think you can really tell that that's given him a completely new level of comfort as a quarterback, and he's really, really comfortable right now. And I mean, he got popped in the second quarter. I mean, he took a blindside shot that kind of rattled him a little bit, and he came right back in. Finished the drive with the touchdown, the whole deal. I mean, right now Jaxson Dart's playing at a really high level.
I mean,
I refuse to say anything nice about Joe Judge. I will not say Joe Judge is a POS. I will say nothing nice about him.
I told Jeffrey the funniest part of the entire day was how pissed off Dart was when he came to the sidelines after throwing an incompletion. He wanted the NCAA record, which he was only 2 away from at that point. Dominic Davis, East Carolina, 2011, by the way, for anybody who didn't hear that. But the 26 in a row, I mean, you would have thought he was 8 of 19 and was Vandegrift at that moment. I mean, that cat was pissed off.
Yeah, he admitted that he was well aware of the situation. I was glad. I was really anticipating him going, no, I had no idea. But he admitted that he was.
Y'all know who do y'all know who Dominic's offensive coordinator was?
No, I think he had a cup of coffee with the Falcons, though, if I remember correctly.
A young Lincoln Riley.
Oh,
that
really?
Makes some sense.
Because Ruffin McNeil was a Leach guy. He was like the defensive guy with Leach, and I think that's Lincoln's first offensive coordinator job.
Tennessee is now extended to 17-3 over NC State. By the way,
it was an 85-yard. That was the play that might have flipped the game
because they were going in to go 10-10.
85-yard pick six.
That sudden change will do it. It's Ole Miss, Middle Tennessee. Neil, you and I were texting about it. We're not going to spend tons of time breaking down a game that was 52-3, and Ole Miss was bored as hell in the second quarter. But Jeffrey and I mentioned it, so I'm going to get your take, though, before we do whatever we're doing next. Pass defense, some level of issue in the secondary. I mean, there were guys kind of running free a little bit.
Yeah, Lane said it's something he's concerned about. It's something that obviously has to be addressed, and yeah, it was the one thing that came out of this. Look, I think you just said the magic word some, though. I think boredom slipped in a little bit today. The opener, you get all the excitement. It could be a season opener, and you're through with camp and all that stuff, and you get into the routine, and you look up, and it's, 31-3 at the half. And, I mean, it's pretty obvious, immediately that there's a 0% chance that the game's going to be competitive, that you can lose. And I do think it's human nature that you just kind of lose a little bit of intensity, and they did. But yeah, I mean, they had some guys running open. They made some mistakes in coverage, and they got beat a couple of times. And I think Lane knows and said as much that, hey, look, there's going to come a time this year when you play better offensive teams, and you're going to have to perform better in the back half of the secondary, back half of the defense to be effective and to give yourself an opportunity to win. But it gives them something to work on, and I think it'll be obviously a point of emphasis this week in the same way that the running game was after the Furman game.
Jeffrey, what's that Wake Forest score now?
At commercial, it was 17-17 last I looked. I was trying to see if Auburn lays out their website with the game quotes.
Okay. I know that we're all really shocked here, but Colorado is starting to lose their composure in Lincoln.
Wake is up. Wake's up 20-17 at the half against Virginia.
And they were a favorite. They were a 1 or 3 point favorite in that game.
I think it closed like 1.5.
The game that I know everybody is hanging on, ULM now up 21-6, 5 minutes to go in the third over UAB.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, Jeffrey, you said UAB was absolutely awful on Thursday.
They're dreadful.
Listen, you wear a uniform as nice as ULM is wearing today, you're gonna win.
That didn't save Tulane because they had the suit and just couldn't get it done against K-State. Although getting that offensive pass interference, Sumrall is lucky he didn't get arrested in that game because you were scoring, doing whatever you were doing there, go for 2 in the win or whatever. I mean, that was abysmal on your home turf.
At least he wasn't the worst he wasn't the worst game coaching coach of the day. Good night.
I'm starting to gain energy. I told Jeffrey from Marcus Freeman's like dejected face in like the last 20 seconds of like losses to Marshall and Northern Illinois now as you're doing this thing. Nebraska about to go up 28-0 on Colorado.
2 things on the Nebraska thing. One, the Dion thing, duh. The other is Matt Rule's a really good college football coach.
He is.
There's a reason why when there was concern at Ole Miss that Lane Kiffin might go to Auburn, part of the Ole Miss focus was, is there any way we can get Matt Rule to back off this Nebraska thing and listen to us?
Yeah, and the answer was no.
The answer was no, but it shows you. I mean, that guy's a really good college football coach.
If you told me Nebraska is this might be a little bit of a hot take because they got to get the money. They really got to get the NIL going in this world a little more. If you told me they have like a Wisconsin-type run that Wisconsin was for a long time where they were like, probably a win away from really going, hey, I'm going to go win a title, but at the same time, they're in it, I'd buy that.
Yeah,
sure. I can buy that they flip roles.
Yeah.
I think Wisconsin made a bad hire. I think Luke Fickell's wildly overrated. I think he won at Cincinnati because Cincinnati was a pretty good job to win at.
And he's been very, very mediocre.
And he hired Phil Longo.
He did.
Yeah.
Longo was putting up all the yards at North Carolina. I mean, just apparently when you have guys like Drake May, they score a lot of points, put a lot of yards up, and you can parlay that into things.
And it's like the same issues still plagued them. They were horrible in the red zone.
Well, they don't throw to the tight end. We're aware of that.
Dawson Knox played 3 years of college football?
Yeah, I think so.
And he had how many touchdowns?
0.
How is that even possible?
We watched it.
By accident, that should be not possible.
That's the thing, Jeffrey. I mean, I don't even know what to ask you because it's Middle Tennessee and it's Ole Miss and they weren't.
I still think we should listen to. We should all listen to Hugh Freeze together.
I mean, I would.
Okay, well, I'll send it to you.
Hold on. Do you have it?
I mean, here's what I think about Ole Miss because I know that we probably are not talking about them enough, even though it was 52-3. I just think the deal with Ole Miss right now is, I think they're really good. I wrote this in my column. 2 things can be true at once. That was the point of the column. Furman's bad. Middle Tennessee's bad. If the 2 teams played all SEC teams, they'd go a combined 0-32. They wouldn't win a game. But Ole Miss is really good. We're not going to know how good for a while, and that I think that's going to be a little bit of a maddening thing for some people. And Notre Dame lost. I think Ole Miss will move up to 5th in the AP poll. They'll stay 5th in the coaches poll. The whole disrespect thing is utter BS. They're getting tons of respect, but they're going to sort of be a little bit on the periphery of the radar for a while because they're not playing interesting games. I mean, they're going to be what would you say the line is at Wake Saturday? 25 points?
Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, probably. So? Yeah. I would say it's
and then
28 feels too high. 28 feels too high, but it feels like it's going to be over 20.
Yeah, so let's call it 25 points for kicks and giggles. They get Georgia Southern here in 14 days. Georgia Southern's playing Nevada right now. They were losing by a little bit a minute ago when I checked. Ole Miss is going to be a 30-ish point favorite over Georgia Southern, maybe more.
Oh, no. Georgia Southern will be like today.
Okay, so another
40s.
40-point game, and then after that it's Kentucky, and after today, Kentucky will come in here as an 18-point dog. I mean, it's just going to be it's going to be a minute.
You can talk me into like 14 and a half or something, but yeah, I mean, there's still going to be a 2-touchdown underdog.
It's just going to be a minute before they play a quote competitive game where we get to like judge them. And the truth is, the league might not be that good. I mean, who knows, right? It might be Georgia before they play somebody who's legit.
I mean, especially if Nussmeier's nursing a hamstring for the next 5 weeks.
I mean, I was say that I'd like to know what the Nussmeier prognosis is.
Because if he's hurt, they can't win that game.
Well, no. If Nussmeier's hurt, LSU suddenly has a bunch of losable games on their schedule. So, I mean, it's realistic. It's Oklahoma here. By the way, I heard numbers over the weekend about how many people Oxford people are expecting for the Oklahoma game, and holy shit, I don't know where all those.
You really ought to think about going and just hanging out with your parents for a weekend and putting the house up on the Airbnb. You'd pay a couple months mortgage, at least.
If you promised me beyond a shadow of a doubt that nothing would happen to anything in the house, I'd do it.
Maybe you have to call Murdoch and go, "Hey, look, if you have somebody you'll put your word on, then we'll talk."
I mean, my wife would be an absolute basket case that entire time. But I mean, they're talking 200,000 people in town that weekend. But it might be that weekend before we truly know something about this team.
200,000 people. Hold on. 200,000 people is not even possible, right?
Yeah. Let me rephrase what I just said. It might be that weekend before they prove it to anybody who's still doing the whole, well, they haven't played anybody thing yet. I think this is an elite team.
Yeah, but we did that with Michigan until they played Penn State last year. Michigan played 10 games before that.
And they won the national title. I mean, the point is that it's not Ole Miss's fault that the schedule is what the schedule is, but the fact that the schedule is what the schedule is going to lead to some of that conversation among people. And if you're the type of fan that craves constant respect, if you will, it's going to be kind of frustrating.
Well, that's also the reality of what happens when you play this schedule.
Yeah.
Why did Notre Dame get respect? They went and played at Texas A&M.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Why did USC get respect? They scheduled – now, they tried to get out of it, but they scheduled LSU.
Yeah.
Yes, Jordan Watkins did play today, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 catch, 28 yards. I wrote about it in the notebook. By the way, the notebook is up at rebelgrove.com. It's brought to you by Dead Soxy. My post-game column is up at rebelgrove.com. It's brought to you by Window Hero. I will load Kiffin's post-game video press conference once it's available.
The reaction thing is up as well.
I also
Chase's reaction.
And I sent Chase the Hugh Freeze press conference.
Do you want to hang in there for this, Neil, or would you like to go?
Uh,
I'm probably going to call Siski go as well, so you can do it.
Yeah, I'm probably going to go. My brothers are in town. I'd love to go visit with them.
Okay. You can do that. Jeffrey and I will listen.
I'll hang out for 5 minutes.
Yeah, you're good. Neil McCready, ladies and gentlemen, back with a Monday Blue Sky Live. Yeah, I did not update it on this ticker. I'll do it in a second. Ole Miss has only allowed 3 points this year. That is correct. It said 6 at the bottom, but I was guessing a field goal late in the game when I was building the thing and forgot to go back and fix it. So that's
You
fine.
were assuming. You know,
I
what
was
happens when you assume.
I was assuming that Ole Miss was going to give up double the amount of points they have given up all season. That is
Technically, you were
that-
presuming.
yes.
You were not
writing
assuming. You're presuming.
Yeah, I keep writing that Ole Miss beat Mercer, and they did a year ago. But I'm for whatever reason I have a mental block there.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, you can head out. I'm gonna holler at Siski C, and then Jeffrey's gonna hang out, and we'll just keep talking a little bit. Let's go
All
and
right,
watch
see you
football.
guys.
No McCready leaving. Let's see. Tell Siski he can call in. We'll talk to him for a minute while we listen to this. Former Hugh Freeze assistant coach.
Mm-hmm.
Get that up real quick, and then. All right, you ready?
When you are.
All right, here we go. Hold on. This is Hugh Freeze, ladies and gentlemen, from.
Disappointing. I thought, with hope we were further along. I knew this would be a good test for us, no matter what people said. They're a very senior-laden football team and play extremely hard and are well coached. And their quarterback played lights out in the first half. And the positive, I guess, if we can take anything from it, is that our defense, I thought, really, really improved as the game went on in the second half and gave us chances. Their special teams played really well in the third quarter and kept us pinned. But you cannot turn the ball over 5 times and expect to beat really anybody. And we never got in any kind of sync offensively, and that's very.
And which unit is yours?
Disappointing and frustrating to me, and it rests with me, and I've got to figure that out for us.
Coach, with a little bit over 6.5 minutes left to go in the game and down 2 scores, it looked like you guys were getting way deep into the play clock and showed no hurry up. Was there a communication problem with that, or did you guys feel like you still had plenty of time?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and see. I can't remember that. I thought we, started going pretty fast with about those possessions, and now when it got down toward the red zone, it was. We had some checks going on that we were trying to get in the right play because of their different fronts that they play, and that probably used too much time.
After what seemed to be a really good week 1 performance for Peyton, struggled tonight with the 4 interceptions. What's the game plan moving forward for him, the quarterback situation, and with SEC play looming large?
Well, I'll have to watch the film first before I really say. I mean, we struggled to protect him tonight a lot. We had guys running wide open and really struggled to protect, and it hurt when Tutall got banged up and he tried to go and he couldn't, and so we struggled to protect him some. So I'd rather watch the film and then talk about it.
You push pause.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
His play at quarterback.
Can you hear us, by the way, Tyler?
I got you, boss. I got
right.
to hear the whole conference.
All right,
I'm
go ahead,
fired up.
Jeffrey. Gotcha.
Guys running wide open, Tyler. Wide open. He schemed him up, baby. He schemed him up.
Did I get lost? I thought this was the Ole Miss postgame show.
They beat. Did you watch the game? Because that was it was 52-3. Did I get that right?
Hey, Jeffrey, I'm a real Ole Miss fan. I was actually at the game. Where were you today?
I was betting it, and I laid 41 and 43.
Let's go. Yeah, that was an easy line.
Kind of. I got nervous on that last MTSU drive. I thought they were going in for that garbage cover. That one kind of made me nervous.
You'll be all right. That was they gave you a free one on that one. You should have got the first quarter line. That was like 10 points or something.
Yeah, it was Ole Miss minus 10 and over under 14 in the first quarter.
Yeah, that was the easy one.
Siski, is that a team issue pullover? Is that from the days?
So I had to support my really good friend Chris Kiffin today. So I went out, I had to support my friend today. So I showed up supporting my good friend.
Okay. When'd you leave?
I left at halftime.
Okay.
Yeah, I was out at halftime.
Do you care about the final 2 minutes of this, Jeffrey, or are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
What flavor high noon are you having, by the way? What are you doing?
This is pineapple.
Okay.
They'll be
that's kind of like a pool. That's kind of a pool one. Like it's a little sweet for my taste on like the normal day to day.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's like the most solid.
Do you really?
I think it's the most versatile. Like it's the one that you can do most. Like if they have pineapple, I'll grab it every time.
I like the black cherry.
See, you're in the minority on that one.
Okay.
No, Chase said he likes black cherry. Yeah, you did not get.
I'm even getting like hazed from the stands over here now.
Yeah, you're getting chirped from the clouds.
Hey, y'all two talk for like 90 seconds. I'm gonna get another drink and then I'll carry on with this.
Okay, Tyler. So here's what we'll actually talk about Ole Miss for a little bit. So and I told Chase, I realize I'm having to be very nitpicky because what they've shown thus far, it's like we don't have any context, but it's been really impressive. Yeah. I don't love that. I feel like receivers get open.
Well, what? And again, I was there, so it was hard. I couldn't see it on TV, right? I saw it in person. I was watching it because that was one of the. It's not a concern, but it was a question because the problem is that the 4 down get there so down they're always in the backfield, and so the quarterback's always under duress, so you're never really getting a good look at it. There was one play that they scored on, and got called back. I mean, the guy just threw it in the damn double coverage. The guy made a play. I heard you talking earlier about the play that he ran a post. I mean, it was in a double coverage. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, I mean, yes, was he there? I mean, but they were there. You know what I'm saying? So again, it's not they're long. They're long. They didn't appear to run that well today. And again, that was they looked faster on the back end last week. They looked a little sluggish, but so did the offensive line. So I don't know if they're I don't know. You know what I mean? It could be a variance, different things. They do have good length, and you don't have to be as fast when you have good length. If I had any, and again, it's not really a concern. It's just the damn front is so good that it just kind of magnifies when they make a play, in the back end. So I don't know. You're not going to know for a long time. I mean, you're sitting here. How long till you figure out? How long till somebody can pick them up front? You know what I mean? Like somebody eventually is going to pick the front up. Then they got to make.
We were talking about it. After watching South Carolina and Kentucky today, it ain't them. I mean, to me, it's either going to be Oklahoma or it's going to be literally. We could be talking about this when they play Georgia.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's just that the damn defensive line is in the backfield every damn play. So the quarterback is constantly under duress. So you don't even get a chance to set your feet and make a throw. So I don't know how long it's going to be until because this next week you're going to see all the slow mesh shit, right? And Walter
and I can tell you defensively, yeah. I mean, this is
it's a bad matchup from a Wake Forest standpoint. Like this is not Ole Miss is not the defensive front you want to be slow meshing. And so I don't know. I mean, I don't know when they get tested. You know what I'm saying? Like eventually they will, and we'll figure it out. But I don't know. I didn't figure it out today. The only thing I did see a little bit today that was, they got to do something about the running game to get where they want to go. I think they're when I say get where they want to go, win championships. Eventually, they're going to have to run the football, and they were just so much bigger than they just big boy. They played little boy, playground football with them today. that would be, and running back wise, what's wrong with Bentley? Why didn't he play today? Anybody know?
Lane intimated to in the press conference that there might have been some not liking the way that he is acting in some capacity.
They don't have enough dudes to be somebody be acting like that. He needs to get his head up.
And Neil said he interpreted it as maybe a little preventative, and maybe because of the way that it went with a former running back, maybe Lane's a little more sensitive right now. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I'm not going to let it become a problem. I do think, though, like that's an actual concern for me in a really big game. I don't know if I would trust them short yardage.
Hey, I don't mean we're going to talk about this second. But I want to say it before the score changes. This Alabama game's been weird for a while.
And somebody laid 30.5. It's really weird.
30.5. That's already over.
Yeah, no, that's done.
Perfect timing. Perfect timing. I don't know if I'm ahead of y'all.
What's the score?
I literally just saw it, so we had another fumble. It's 14-6. But if South Florida were, oh my God, that was Siski. That was an all-time F-bomb from the crowd shot.
That's good. I was looking down. I was looking at, but I didn't see that. So who's one of the fans?
Yeah, well, just a hard MFer. Oh, and that ball's out. That's not even that ball's just out.
But
where's the ball in the field? I haven't gotten over there yet.
30 maybe, right, Tyler?
What's that, Bob?
South Florida, I don't know, maybe plus 30 maybe?
Yeah, it went forward. It's plus side of the field.
Yeah, I mean, South Florida gave them a game last year, too.
They've had guys open, and the quarterback cannot. I mean, I'm talking about cannot. I mean, he's very – I would almost call him Peyton Thornish, but that would be an insult to the South Florida quarterback.
I can't believe the Milrow as a first-rounder stuff. Anytime I see someone that grades him as a first-rounder, I just immediately ignore their opinion.
Yeah, I got the answer to your Auburn quarterback question you had. Why didn't they get another one?
All right, let's hear it.
They were going to lose all three of them if they went and got one.
Well, who cares?
If none of the three are competent, then who gives a damn?
I wouldn't care either after what I saw. I'm just telling you that's why. And then they're going to get one this year, and they're going to sign a high school kid. They're going to sign the Deuce Knight kid out of Mississippi, and they're going to take.
You do realize your boy's not really a great quarterback evaluator.
Well, I mean, yeah, no shit. I mean, you telling me something I don't know?
I'm saying, like, he gets all this credit. He gets all this credit for being like some quarterback whisperer, and it's like, what?
I have watched film with him a couple times before.
So, hey, by the way, Tyler, so have we.
I heard.
Does Dart have a chance at all of going first quarterback off board?
I wanted to ask you that, Tyler. That's a great question because I'm kind of starting to wonder.
Does Dart have any shot in hell of going first quarterback off board?
No, I mean, as of today, no. So he's got a we'll just call this per sources. How about that? Okay. He's got kind of a 2-3 grade right now in the NFL from the NFL scouts, which is like a guy that can start games, but not a guy you want to start all the games kind of deal, you know? Uh-oh.
I want to be clear. I wasn't asking about 1-1. I was going to ask if you could go first round.
Yeah, sorry. That's what I'm – okay, gotcha.
So, but he's playing his way up. That's where he's starting the year, and he's going to play his way up, and he's going to put up, as we discussed last week, he's going to put up numbers. But look, I don't care if you're playing down Furman or you're playing Middle Tennessee. I mean, he gets the ball out on time. The ball seems to be a little more crisp coming out of his hand than it has in the past. He's going to continue to work his way up. He's going to put up big numbers. They're going to win a bunch of games. And so, I think he'll just continue to go up. Yeah, I'm selfishly hoping for my brother-in-law, hoping he does go first round.
What is the thing that is physically going to keep the ceiling from whatever? I mean, what are we talking about here?
Well, I think, deep ball arm strength, that's probably the biggest that's the biggest question going into the season on the scout side, But he gets the ball out when he sets his feet, he's fine. He just throws off platform. He's thrown off platform so much that when he doesn't set his feet, then of course it'll take it off. But he's much improved. I mean, as crazy as that sounds, physically he is much improved this year from last year just on arm strength alone. I mean, he knows what the deal is. You know, the thing about Jaxson, I didn't realize until I met him in person. Like, that's a big ass. He's a big ass dude now.
He's thick.
Like, he is a big ass dude. Like, he doesn't look it out there on the field, but in person, I mean, he's a big ass kid, man.
I just think the comps are going to be, rightly or wrongly, it's going to be Bo Nix. Because Bo is the same thing. Bo started that third, fifth round grade somewhere in there, and then played his way into the first.
Yeah, it's the quarterbacks coming out this past year are so weird because you got Bo Nix that's been playing quarterback since 1906, and then you had Drake May that's played 3 years. So you got this huge range of experience level. And then tomorrow, Anthony Richardson, who is in his second year in the NFL, is starting his 18th game as a quarterback since he left high school.
Is that it, really?
Yeah.
That's a crazy freaking number, isn't it?
And he's never been good at any level other than maybe high school. Like he has flashed. He's flashed like but he's never proven that he is like a consistently good player.
He's a more well-behaved Jamarcus Russell at this point. Like, that's what he is.
No.
Like,
he's flashed. He's flashed, and Steichen's a very good offensive mind, and Steichen used him well. But at the same time, it's like, all right, the way that he was able to flash, it got him hurt.
Well, he will try to put a hole in a check down's heart tomorrow. That's what he's really good at. So I mean, but what a crazy damn day, man! My freaking Iowa State Cyclones ended.
Yeah, I haven't even mentioned that football game. Literally, we have not said it one time.
That was such a weird game. Did y'all get any? Did you get eyes on that?
Yeah, that's my quick you guys, man. They're on fire. They've
2019. What was the final?
2019.
Yeah, because it was
2019.
I still have no idea why Ferentz went for 2 when he did.
They have done such a great job. I mean, I got to give them. I'm going to give them credit because I get to see it every day. But they've done just a ridiculous amount of because nobody's picking to go to Iowa State. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody's like, you know what I'm going to do, Dad? My God, I'm going to be a Cyclone today. And so they have done an amazing they know their culture, they know what works with them, and they go and they believe in it, and they evaluate their ass off, and you got to give them some credit. I mean, they've done and Matt Campbell is, I mean, as much shit as, I mean, he's always been the bridesmaid, never the bride on all these jobs, but man, they do a great job, and in a place that's very difficult to do a great job.
I'll give him credit.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I'll give him credit on this. By the way, it's also 23-21 in Baton Rouge. It's 23-21 in Baton Rouge. But back to your Iowa State point, like I think part of the problem that everyone gets, in the absolute mental pretzel with Brock Purdy is Brock was taught how to play quarterback at Iowa State. Brock knows how to read the field. Brock knows exactly where to go with the football. He knows how to read coverage. And yeah, he is not a physical specimen, and he's not going to he's going to miss some throws. But like, I do think part of what makes Brock good is he knows how to play quarterback, and that's because at Iowa State he was taught how to play quarterback.
Yeah, no, they do a really good job. They're really good ball coaches. They do a great job. They listen to our show, so shout out to them. They listen to our show, but they're good dudes, man. Good dudes to drink beer with. And then let me tell you where I was wrong this week. Holy shit! How about freaking Kentucky, dude? What in the hell happened to that damn game?
So it's one of those situations where the final score looks like they got their ass kicked, and they weren't good, but like it was also like it's 31-6, but like the total yardage was like South Carolina had 252 yards of offense and 31 points.
Yeah, I know like 3 of 10 or something, and or I don't know if he got pulled or what, but he was like 3 of 10. Is that right? Is that number right? 3 of 10,
correct.
4 of 10?
3 of 10 for 30 yards. And
together they went 7 of 16.
Yeah.
I need to make an announcement. whoever is listening that would like to, if you're an Ole Miss fan and you want to go ahead and start the tampering train up, there's a cat at South Carolina named Dylan Stewart, who is the best defensive player in college football. He's the best defensive player in college football, and he's a true freshman.
I'll tell you what was shocking, Tyler. Kentucky's front got their asses kicked all day. Like, it wasn't even like fluky. It was like I know the quarterback numbers are bad, and I'm not stepping up for quarterbacks, but they got absolutely mauled all day, and that was shocking to me.
Yeah, I can tell you this: there's not a dude on this planet that can stop freaking Dylan Stewart. So that may be the best edge prospect I've seen in 20 years. I mean,
really?
the guy, yeah. I mean, he'll go in the portal. He'll get him 700, 800,000 real quick come December.
What's the fallout going to be for DeBoer if he loses to South Florida on Nick Saban Day, Siski? I mean, not just losing, but hey, you know, Ole Miss beat them in Tuscaloosa the day they did the honored Bear Bryant Museum thing or whatever in '88. I mean, this is up there with Saban getting the field and you lose to South Florida.
I was supposed to go too. I'm glad I didn't now. They're honoring the 2014 SEC championship team, but that was also part of it. But holy smokes. Like, dude, it's Milroe.
I mean, they're going to win.
By the way, who's better? No, that's a great comp. 14 to who's better? Who would you rather have, Milroe or Sims?
Well, I'm kind of partial to Blake Sims because that's my guy, so I'm biased. I mean, Milroe is nowhere the passer that Blake was. His problem is like watching the game. He'll anytime he rolls or he gets out of the pocket at all, he's got 18 guys running right across his face, and everybody's like, well, why can't he throw the ball the intermediate route? Because he doesn't even look at it. He's looking for freaking home run every damn play. And, I mean, he's got guys running wide ass open. He just cuts it loose, trying to make the big play, just did it again. And that's all he does. And so now when that sumbitch starts running, he's elite, and, that's kind of the catch-22, but they got to be better than this, man. I mean, it is what it is. They're not going to be able to get where they want to go playing like that. Now, look, the good news is DeBoer's a hell of a coach, and if anybody can get him right, it'd be him. But he's got to start. He's pressing. You know what I'm saying? Like he's always trying to make the big play instead of just running the damn offense. And it shows up when he misses. It shows up.
Is he trying to make the big play, or does he know that that's really the only throw that he's like really good at?
I mean, if he can't throw the intermediate, he'd be the first person ever. I mean, I don't think it's going to look any uglier than it's at 10 yards than it's going to look at 30 yards. You know what I mean? I get what you're saying because that's what it looks like, but I don't think he is. I mean, he's not a throwing quarterback.
My problem with him is he throws like a running back. Like he has no fluidity in his motion. It's just kind of shot putty.
I wouldn't go that far because running backs can't fucking throw, but he's I don't know. He just always is trying to do like he doesn't go. His eyes immediately go deep instead of looking for a check down or look. He never checks the damn ball down. He's always trying to. He's trying to get on SportsCenter every play, kind of like Shedeur Sanders right now. But by the way, I'm loving this. This is making my night.
No, I think that's the problem with a lot of quarterbacks. Like, I mean, I think that was kind of Burrow's problem at times when Burrow would hold to just try to make hero ball. Now, Burrow's also better at understanding, hey, sometimes a 6-yard throw moves the sticks. But I mean, that's a huge problem I see with so many quarterbacks today, where everybody's just trying to hit home runs.
Yeah, it's. I mean, that's the freaking. That's also it's either RPOs or when they drop back to pass. They're so, I think some of that may be a product of the RPOs. You know what I'm saying? Like they're so used to, getting it and going with it so fast from RPOs that they feel like if they get a chance to drop back and they have any time, they just immediately try to go deep. You know what I mean? try to push it downfield. It seems to be people always say, well, there's no quick game. You know, the game's changed. There's no quick game anymore. It's all RPOs and deep balls, which is basically what you're saying. But you know what I'm saying? There's no traditional offenses that run true intermediate routes.
Does anyone run post dig dump anymore?
I mean, sure. It's in the playbook, but you don't get to a lot of those throws anymore. You know what I mean? Like,
because to me, one of the huge problems that I see is, and maybe it'll be a little different this year, I feel like a big problem is everything has just become so scheme up a shot play, that no one really actually like knows like what are the all right, it's cover 3. What should I, where should I be going with the ball with cover 3? Where should I be going with the ball with cover 2? Like, I feel like nobody has a feel for it. Everything's just become find a matchup, one-on-one. And this is even, honestly, NFL even a little bit. Everything just becomes so matchup dependent, and you're just trying to hit a home run because you're like, all right, that guy can't cover this guy. Let's go deep.
Yeah, well, that's all the NFL is, right? The NFL is nothing but a matchup game. And, college is – I wouldn't say college has got there yet because the RPO is still the king of the college, and is really that's probably changed the game more than anything is the RPO, and you don't see it as much in the NFL because of the 3-yard rule, the 1-yard rule, right?
Yeah, no, it's just because you can't have your lineman go 8 yards downfield and hold a play fake for 6 seconds.
Yeah, well, in college you can still run gap scheme RPOs because your guys get 3 yards. In the NFL, if you try to run a gap scheme RPO, it'd be, and they don't miss. When
who would you run? Could you imagine running a gap scheme against Aaron Donald?
We did.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Literally,
Ben said he never blocked him once.
Hey, how about this? This is a true story. How about this? In the first. Because I just remember when I did the study, I think we played when I was at Alabama. We played Ole Miss. It was like week 3 or 4, but up until the first 12 games at Ole Miss when I was there, and then the first 3 or 4 games before we played them when I was at Alabama, Ole Miss had 38 explosive runs, that over 15-yard runs. 38, 37 of them were outside the tackle box. Okay, so whether it was outside zone, suckers or whatever. The one explosive play that we had between the tackle was freaking power right down the shitter over Aaron Donald of all people.
I'd like to know down distance game situation. I just would like to know if he was still playing hard.
Yeah, it was in the BBVA Compass Bowl.
Yeah, but I was Tyler. I was at that game. There was one team that wanted to be there, and there was another team that definitely did not want to be there.
Do you know why they lost that game? Is because they did not substitute their defensive lineman the entire game. They played the same 4 D linemen the whole game. So that
doesn't sound like Pat Narduzzi.
Iowa did that too when we played Iowa back in the day. I don't know if it was I don't know if that's a northern thing or what the deal was, but the only 2 teams I've ever seen not substitute D linemen were Iowa and Pitt. But I probably wouldn't take Aaron Donald.
Was he flashing at that point then? I mean, like, what did you see on, like, you went, hey, no, this shit's real?
Yeah, no. I mean, you can take defensive linemen out of the game. Like, you don't there's things you can do and take defensive linemen out of the game. I mean, just even in protection, you can always set the protection to them and always assure a double team. I mean, you can mess around with a good defensive lineman. You just can't mess around where you get, and they didn't have anybody else that could give us fits, so we could set the protection to him. We literally set the protection to him all night long to ensure a double team. But the problem is when you got 2 of them. You know what I mean? Like, if you go like Ole Miss right now, that's what makes Ole Miss so good. Okay, look, we're going to set the protection to Walter Nolan every time. Well, good luck. Now you're singling up JJ Prince. Now you're singling up other guys that can win one-on-one battles, and so that's what makes Georgia hard, right? That's what makes a lot of these teams difficult when you got multiple guys up front and you start setting the protections against to their dudes. Well, you're singling up, so you better make sure that you know what the hell you're doing.
I just remember Ben. I remember Ben Still, who's one of my buddies. He said he got whatever. I guess he got in the 3rd or 4th quarter, and he said like his first play was head up on Aaron Donald, and he's like, I've never had less of a prayer than at that moment in my life.
He had more of a prayer than Evan Swindle did.
I just heard Bid go because I guess Bid wasn't big on draft board Twitter at the time. He's like, he just was like, who the hell was this guy?
Yeah.
We're getting Bama really stunned in this crowd right now. I mean, South Florida gapping them in the middle of the field.
Are you watching?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Hey, and then I know y'all aren't watching this game, but Houston is now going for 2.
No, Tyler, I am indeed watching that.
Yeah,
that's another loser.
Jeffrey's got like 9 TVs hung on his living room wall. Like, how his wife like?
Tyler, I don't like football. I love football. Like, it's literally it's like of all the entertainment in the world, it's the only thing that like makes me happy.
This is my distraction. That's why I'm looking all over the place.
No, it is. So they went for 2, I guess, and didn't get it.
Yeah.
I'll say though, that Houston quarterback Smith, if you see him on the right day, you're convinced he's Cam Newton.
Well, he wasn't the right day last week against UNLV.
No, he was not. I had UNLV at least that day.
By
the way, did you see the SEC refs?
Yes.
Oh, no. Stepping in.
Throwing a little holding call. No. Back that shit up.
Oh, Tyler, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
That was holding.
Does Ole Miss's scheme lend itself to more holding calls?
No. When you get holding calls, when your fat-ass offensive linemen don't fucking move their feet and they reach their arms out, that's how you get holding calls.
Okay, so I have this working theory that
offensive lineman. I'm not talking about Ole Miss's offensive lineman.
No, you're saying no. You're making the same point I've always said. This is what people got.
Siski is saying in general, an offensive lineman does
Tyler,
this.
People would get so mad at me because I said, you know, the reason why Ole Miss oftentimes or Alabama doesn't get as many holding calls, it's because usually they have better offensive linemen, and when you have better offensive linemen, they don't get as many holding calls. Why? Because of what Tyler just said. I think though, with so much though of that kind of, they run that. I don't even know. What would you call it? It's like that. It's like a delayed. It's that wraparound. It's not counter. It's not like but it's the thing where it's like delayed slightly and maybe like a guard pulls.
That is piercing our eardrums, Siski, when that goes off.
Well, let me hit fucking do not disturb. I can't help that mama's freaking yelling at me.
If you put it on like sleep mode, you'll still see the notification, unlike do not disturb mode.
But Tyler, it's like one of those RPOs that's like it involves pulling, but I'm not even like really certain. Like it's not really counter. It's not really, but the way that it slowly develops, it kind of allows for a guy to get upfield, and I think what it promotes is grabbing.
Well, I mean, you're going to get, again, it's the same thing, right? I got another whole.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like, so I think that now it also promotes like that 70-yard straight up the gut when it's like blocked right.
85% of the holding calls that are called on offensive linemen are because they stop moving their feet and they start reaching because they're fucking tired. And tempo offenses lend you to more holding calls because you're fucking, I mean, dude, they're not fucking receivers. They're 350-pound offensive linemen, right? I mean, they're like, you just saw that guy. He got beat. He didn't feel like moving his feet, so he just freaking put him in a freaking guillotine. And so it's a holding call. And I mean, it's you know, that's when they don't move their feet and stay in front of their guy, you get holding calls. The same thing at receiver. You know, all the holding calls at receiver happen because receiver stops moving his feet. If you move your feet and keep your hands inside your framework, I mean, they never, ever, ever call holding when your arms are inside your framework. Ever. In the history of football, they don't call it. But when you start getting outside your framework or you start doing all this shit, then you get called for it. I mean, that's every time. I mean, every single time. It's because an offensive linemen get tired and they stop moving their feet and you start getting more holding calls.
And I think that kind of supports my theory, which is, does anyone in the league run a faster tempo? I mean, I guess maybe Tennessee.
Okay.
Tennessee
just
probably faster. Ole Miss in the first 2 weeks, they haven't been terribly fast tempo-wise.
Tennessee now 27-3, by the way.
But in a big game, you would agree Ole Miss views tempo as an advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious to see.
Are they going to slow down because of the comms?
Like today, the first thing that was interesting to me, especially for those that want to just lay Ole Miss next week, the thing that was noticeable to me today was even compared to last week, they clearly slowed the tempo down.
Yeah, they just. I'm with Chase. I think the helmet communications has slowed, and it's not a bad thing. The helmet communications have slowed the tempo down a little bit. Look, I'm going to say this. I'll say it and keep saying it as many times as anybody wants to listen. Is Lane's one of the best I've ever been around in my life, maybe the best at seeing the game as the game's going on. I want that guy talking. I would, and again, how much is he doing? How much is Charlie doing? Whatever. But he's going to have the right of refusal. But I wouldn't snap the ball before 15. I'd let Lane.
Can you have multiple people? Because I know in the NFL, right? There's only one person can radio to the helmet, right?
I don't know. I don't know that.
It's multiple people. But if the second person starts talking, it cuts the first one off. Because Jackson has told Lane to be careful because it just gets to be too much when he starts chiming in on top of Weiss and they're cutting each other off when they hit the button.
Okay, that makes sense. So it's like an automatic mute.
Yeah. Yes.
I was assuming, the NFL, what's different in NFL and college is the NFL does the headsets. And they do communication and not the teams. In college, it's the teams. And so I imagine they set it up per a separate channel, if that makes sense.
Earlier game, are we completely selling Michigan, Tyler? Or they about to go 7-5?
I sold Michigan before the season started. They had 4 returning starters, and I counted that. Now you can count the running back as a 5th one because he is legit. He's probably one of their better players. They had 0. You have 0 returning off. It was one of the easiest preseason predictions of all time. They had an offense that relies on ground and pound, and they have no offensive lineman returning. I mean, they can't keep up scoring with people.
I sold them because I agree with you. I knew they were going to be bad on offense. I sold them as soon as I saw they hired Wink Martindale as their defensive coordinator. Wink Martindale, who is literally – when was the last time he even coached in college?
What in the hell does that have to do with scheme where you're coaching? So you're saying
because I think you have to. I'll say this. I think you have to dumb it down. I think you have to dumb it down. I think you have to dumb it down in college.
Jeff, are you saying if I went back and coached high school football right now, I couldn't scheme anybody up because I hadn't coached in high school in a long time?
No. It's easier to go. I think it's easier to go college to high school because I think in high school it's as dumb. Basically, in high school, everyone acts like okay. The RPO, it all started in high school. We adapted up. It's but basically they had to learn one RPO. You can basically run a game plan. But my point is, I don't think there's any way – Wink Martindale clearly knows football, but there's no way he was going to articulate it to a bunch of college kids.
Shit, they got more time with them in college than they do the NFL.
Well, on field, because you can cheat, obviously. But meeting rooms, everything. Guys have their football PhDs in the NFL.
Michigan doesn't cheat. They've never cheated on anything.
On paper.
No, Michigan's never cheated. Never broken a rule.
I will say, I watched that stupid Stallions thing. I did get a little offended that they acted like Connor Stallions is the reason that Michigan had this 3-year run, not 50 NFL guys.
Hey,
it was the ops guy. That's it.
Did you see that he was the interim head coach yesterday? They got beat 60-0.
Did you see he went for every 4th down?
Yeah. Well, he also walked on the field and started arguing with the officials about he didn't realize that it was 4th down instead of 3rd down when he called the play.
Good.
Yeah. No, Chase. It's like.
That's the guy that won all the national. That's the reason that guy's the reason they won. Kiss my ass.
Is Bama South Florida our only game right now?
Hey, no, dog. We got in 5 minutes. We Oregon, Boise State, and then we.
Hey,
I don't mean coming on. I mean
hold on, Tyler. I need a winner. What do you got? I need to wear bad.
This
has not been a great window.
My last two I put on, I put, which I think this is a bounce back spot for Oregon. Did you watch?
I'm hammered.
Did you watch? I bet I got them at -19.
Well, are the offensive linemen playing? Because if the offensive linemen are playing, I'm fine.
I don't care. Their defense is Boise's defense is atrocious, and I've just refused to believe that the Boise State running back's about to go to Eugene, Oregon, and just run for 260. I refuse to accept that Dan Lanning's going to allow that to happen. Okay. So I'm taking Oregon, and it's just because I said that on this show, Boise's winning the game. And then I went a little aggressive. I went and put a little state money line out of Arizona State tonight. I got them at plus 195.
Oh, that's a good number. Because I think that game's a toss.
So I don't hate that idea. I'm already pretty pot committed on the over there because I think Jeff put all his good players on offense, and I think they're just going to run tempo. And I think both those defenses get tired.
He's done they did a really good job schematically last week. They just don't have the horses. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying.
Schematically, though, they even on defense, they fit the run well all week, all deal last week. They just don't have the horses that you need to have to.
But that's why I love the over, because I think Jeff's obviously going to score, and I think that, like, I'm not saying they're bad, but they're the ideas or the concepts are wrong.
What is the number? Oh, the total.
I got it at 59.
Yeah.
I'm also hoping for some tired legs. We're being honest.
I am scared to death of overs with a new clock rule until they adjust it.
Okay, so you're gonna have to talk me through this because I don't understand what is different than last year. Because the clock rules went in last year. You got to talk me through because I was listening to you last week, but I didn't understand what you're saying was different.
So the clock's not stopping after a first down.
Right, but it didn't do that last year either.
Yeah, they stopped it until they set it. They were just setting it faster, but you're still losing.
No, the only difference we have this year is 2-minute warning.
Yeah,
2-minute warning is the only difference this year.
Because this is what I was confused by.
Last year, they
23. Yes,
continually through the first down.
Yep.
Yes.
Because I spent every show harping on the loss 9 plays a game or whatever the hell it was.
Your example though of the Florida State game was correct, but that was just bad operation. That wasn't a real
that was
just an operational problem.
That was atrocious. That was a complete and utter atrocious. I don't even know what the hell
What betting app are you using, Siski? They're asking.
What's that?
What betting app are you using?
BetOnline.ag.
Okay.
Oh, that's a classic.
Yeah,
that was your boys first. That was your boys first.
Well, I'm either doing that or I'm driving to the Tennessee state line. Just depends on my Friday afternoon.
How often have you driven? How many times have you driven to the Tennessee state line just to place a bet?
Dozens. Usually, dozens. A bunch.
Because that's just as efficient as driving to Tunica, getting on property to then make a bet there. So
where do you see? Where do you? So what do you go? 305. What do you go? Right to state line?
No, I go 7 to 278. Then I take is it 269? Take the loop.
Oh, okay. Whatever. The
loop and go to whatever. I don't even know it's around Collierville, right around there. You freaking
heads up. There's a speed trap. If you ever get off there.
I drive slow.
I thought Houston sucked.
They got pummeled. Well, it's the same thing. Oklahoma's same thing as getting them this game. Oklahoma has major offensive line issues.
So you don't like the Sooners in Oxford in a few weeks?
They will struggle to move. They're defensively, they're really good. They will challenge. They will put up a fight on defense.
Hey, Miller hit a curl route.
How about that? They can't. They don't get any movement up front. They can't get a running game going. And then they're not. They're just offensive line wise. They will struggle in Oxford. 100%.
Also, from last week, heads up. Temple might be the worst team in the history of FBS football.
Temple?
Yeah.
Who'd they play today?
Navy.
They got popped.
Like, Navy could have named their number. And I think Tyler's right. There were a lot of Oklahoma fans that were actually weirdly frustrated, even though like they won and covered with a big number. There were a lot of OU fans that were like, this didn't look right. And I actually think there might be something to it. Like, I just think Temple's that bad.
Well, they couldn't get even on Temple. Like, they were creating stalemates, but they were not. And if you can't move, an SEC team should move Temple. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yep,
you got to move them. And they were not. They were just. I mean, they were creating stalemates. You know what I mean? It was just. I was like, I don't know about all that. But who you got tonight, Chase? You think State's gonna win or Arizona State?
If I'm gonna bet it, I want State on the money line because I don't know enough about either one of them, and I do think they can get spunky, run up a score, kind of make it crazy, make it dumb. I don't.
I very much agree.
I don't care about the travel or the temperature or the late night or any of that crap. So, yeah, just throw some money, throw a little on State, and try to make it entertaining, if nothing else.
I 100% agree with your idea of like both those teams are. There's no way of knowing who should be favored. So why not
take the underdog and
take the money? Take the money line. Why not? Like, who cares?
I watched. I actually, because right after Chase, that was one of the games that was on last week. We were doing this was Arizona State, Wyoming, and they beat the shit out of Wyoming. They look. I mean, I know that's why the line moved, but they did. They beat the shit out of them.
I mean, Oklahoma looks pathetic right now. I mean, I know they're pretty good defensively, but I mean, this is a dogfight they're in.
Well, it's like everything's a rock.
12 Sooners.
Everything's a rock fight. I mean, that's what they have to find a way. And you got a young quarterback, and you're not helping your young quarterback out by making him run for his life. He's a talented kid.
He's a year away.
Don't you know that? I agree. Don't you know that the Clemson Tigers wish they had opened up with App State instead of Georgia?
That's definitely true, but I would also argue.
Threw for 250. Threw for 250 in the first quarter. Cade Klubnik, 24 of 26 for 378 in 7 tugs.
That should get your coordinator fired. That should get him tossed.
I'm telling
right
you,
there. You're done.
I think that team hates him.
He's thrown for 7 touchdowns. Why is he going to get fired?
No. I think
that's really funny. They look like a Timu, Nebraska. Talking about Oklahoma. That's hilarious. That's good.
No. I think the team hates Cade. Do you see how many times no one helped him up last week?
No, I did not.
He was getting well, and he was like chewing. There was like this cutaway where he was just chewing the ass of his offensive lineman, and you could just tell they were like, "Shut the F up." Like I'm.
It's probably not a good idea.
App's a good spot because like they're not getting pressure. I want to see Clemson play somebody can get after him, but I don't even know what that is in the ACC.
Well, so that was my thing, right? That was kind of my thing all week. Everybody's wanting to, Dabo's fired because he doesn't recruit out of the portal. He sucks. Who is going to beat them?
My whole thing is that was the wrong game to use the portal against Dabo. How many portal kids would have changed the result from Saturday?
You could say you need a new portal quarterback, but besides that,
Okay, so like let's say they would have gotten Cam Ward. What, they get beat 30-10?
They get beat, but Cam Ward, I don't know. That Cam Ward's fucking good now.
That's what I'm saying, but they still get beat. But like, what is it? 30-17, 30-14, 35-14? Like it.
Yeah, whatever.
It plays into what happened to Florida State, and it plays into what Saban was talking about the other day. I mean, what's happened like with Florida State was they went into the portal, but they just went and got a bunch of damn reserves from the top programs and went, whoa, those guys are going to be awesome when they come here.
Well, had two this year in the portal.
I got a theory, Tyler. I got a theory on what Norvell did. I don't think they planned on doing this, and I think the way that last season happened, that kind of forced their hands. I think they were cool. If they would have been a playoff team last year, whatnot, I think they would have known like this was going to be a reset rebuild, but they felt obligated to stand up for Florida State. I think like they kind of got pressured into it.
Well, you get, when you go that portal heavy, I mean, it's like Ole Miss is going to have to make a decision after this year, right? Are they going to reset? Or are they going to go? Or are they going to Or are they going to do portal again, right?
Right.
So because you're going, I mean, Ole Miss is going, and that's what I've been like. My whole stance with Ole Miss this year is why this year is so important, not only for this year but for the future. Is okay. Ole Miss goes to the playoff, everything's hunky dory. The money's coming back, right? And you're going to be able
Correct.
to go buy guys.
You're constantly keeping momentum. You got to constantly keep the momentum.
You got to keep the momentum. If something happens and it doesn't go the way you want it to go for whatever reason, the people are going to go, man, I mean, shit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if we're going to invest that kind of money. And it takes money. I mean, if you look at, minus Florida State, obviously, minus them. Everybody else that spent money is winning damn football. We're talking about how good they are.
So in your mind, the most expensive portal classes were Ohio State, USC,
Tennessee,
Miami.
Oh yeah, I should have led Miami. Apologies.
I'm getting a beer. I'm not going anywhere.
Texas, right?
Yes.
And because if you're just talking class, Ole Miss.
Yeah.
No,
Ole Miss.
And that's why I think, because all the other schools that we mentioned, other than Florida State, planned on doing this, and I think Florida State was planning on kind of a reset.
Well, the problem with Florida, like if you look at, I don't really consider what Lane did and what Norvell did as the same thing. I think those
totally agree.
And even what Mario's doing right now, like Mario is on the Norvell plan. Like what Lane did, where he did a really good job, in my opinion, is the 7 and 5 year. Okay, he'd gone out and he just went. The first year of the portal, went out and got a bunch of dudes. It's almost like an experiment. But what he did get out of that is he got a Jaxson Dart, and then he started really getting these multi-year guys to where it's almost like when you get a 3-year player, I don't really consider that a portal guy. I treat those kind of like high school guys from a culture standpoint, but he was able to get guys that multi-year guys, not just 1-year guys. Well, Florida State went and got a bunch of 1-year guys, so they all fucking left. And so now you got to start all over again. And it's the same thing that what Miami's doing right now. If it hits. But if you continue to do that over and over again, eventually you're going to miss. Like you can't hit all of them. It's not possible. You're going to miss. And the best coaches in the world miss. I got a packet that I keep over here in my desk that I kept from Alabama, that where, Nick Saban, I think we'd all agree, is the greatest college football coach of all time. We could at least have an argument about it if somebody had
as a Steve Spurrier guy, my company line is he's the greatest recruiter of all time.
Okay. So whatever we want to call it. But I got a booklet over there that where Nick Saban says that Derrick Henry can't play running back. He has to be a linebacker. In the same packet, he says Minkah Fitzpatrick will never be a good player because he can't run. And so
I can see where he Minkah. Okay, that's a tough one. I can see why. I can see why he thought that about Derrick, because didn't you say Derrick played like shitty 2A football, and Derrick was probably.
Derrick Henry is exactly the Derrick Henry that but he was doing it as a high school kid.
His high school tape and his stats are some of the best things you'll ever turn on.
Right. But didn't you say
it is uncanny?
So he plays 2A football, and then I can see though where Nick goes. He runs too upright. He'll get killed. He's still. I can't actually see where because you have no context. You have no context because you think it doesn't matter. At that level that he was playing at, he was just going to absolutely dominate. Of course. I can see where he kind of reached that conclusion.
Well, he was the only one that reached that conclusion. But,
but in fairness, he didn't put him at linebacker.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying is there was ways you could let me tell you the only reason that he didn't put him at linebacker is because, Nick wasn't the guy that was going to recruit you to a position and then change you. He was going to let you he'd make you change yourself. You know what I mean?
But that's because Nick's a survivalist. That's smart. It's called the Mac Brown rule. That way Nick never has to deal with, I recruited RG3 and Johnny Manziel and Andrew Luck as safeties.
Yeah. So, but he did, and when he got, obviously once he got to running back, he didn't. We had a pretty good room that year. We had TJ Kevin, Kenyon Drake, Derrick Henry, and Alvin Kamara.
What'd that room cost?
There was no such thing as paying players back then.
They just wanted to be built by Bama.
Yeah.
That's what
No. Chase. They wanted to wear the A.
It was about half the price of the 2013 Ole Miss class.
So half.
I'm joking. If the NCAA,
well, no, I know the price tag of that one.
It's a joke. Nobody look. The truth is this: is before NIL.
So it was 1.25 million.
Jeffrey, before NIL, no one the myth that the thing that people pay players and stuff that is a complete myth. They chose schools based on degree plans, facilities, those types of things. Tradition. Don't forget tradition. It's like Laquan Treadwell just loved the freaking Rebels. He grew up wanting to be a Rebel fan.
Well, Anthony Sandifer was a buddy, and he was already at Ole Miss. So I mean, look, it there you go.
But okay, I know we're all joking because we've been around it for so long. But you know what is hilarious is how quickly people have actually accepted it is just transactional. And I do agree. I know Tyler's made the point. Relationships do matter as they do in any business. But what mattered the most was usually the dollar figure.
Here's when relationships are always number two, Jeffrey.
They fumbled that football.
When Ty goes, when everyone's kind of getting to the same number, the relationship matters 100%.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, if all things are equal, the relationship matters.
All right, boys, did y'all see what just happened in Tuscaloosa?
We did.
Yeah, so I need to make a point right here. Can I make a point right here?
Yep.
Because I know both of you are going to talk about this on your shows at some point in time in the next few months.
All right.
That there is why you don't go fucking under center, because they don't fucking
with a shotgun quarterback.
Don't fucking practice it. And so the only time that
how about this, Tyler? Hey, why don't you practice it? Whoa, hold on.
I'm going to answer. You got like 3 freaking plays out of 10 gazillion that are under center. And so you're the only.
But you practice goal line, don't you?
Yeah, and you don't go under fucking center. I mean, but like if you
Tyler, it's one of my favorite. Hang on, my favorite guy.
Hang on,
my favorite got you moments.
Sissy, finish your thought. Right. Go ahead.
Well, here's the thing: is these kids don't grow up. They don't even know how to get in a huddle. They don't take snaps under center like everybody else did. And so, as time has moved on, these kids don't even. You have to teach them how to go under center when they come to college. You got to teach a college quarterback how to. Because
you think out of a lot of programs, a college quarterback never took a snap from under center in high school.
Now today, but like
10
years ago, everybody was good. And so you do quarterback center exchanges before practice every day, but you get literally like 10 snaps, and the rest of the day is shotgun. That's why people don't do it.
So, Tyler, one of the greatest things that ever happened to me in our offense was technically in high school, you could declare, like we had ace, like whatever. We had the formation, but you could declare if the quarterback just said he wanted to go gun, you could just say, like technically the play would have gun it. Like they had to our offensive coordinator had to say under for it to be under. Otherwise, you had the option. So, obviously, being a small quarterback, I went and shotgun every freaking time. And so there was a lot of big people there.
Did you get the play call, or you just decided? The coach wanted to run fucking power, and you just said, "Screw it, I'm going to go."
Well, so we did the same. Like we had to at quarterback school, we had to learn the footwork for under center and for gun, but technically they'd send in, ace right, inside zone, outside zone, power, stretch, whatnot. And obviously, if you're short, it is much easier to be in shotgun. And so I just always went gun. But it would suck at inside drill.
But you ran power out of the shotgun.
Correct.
Oh.
All right, Tom. So you're telling me your coach would call power, and you just said I can go under center or gun if I want to?
Right. So he'd signal in ace right, if we put in whatever motion. So he'd signal in motion, and then its power was, I think, 145. So whatever, power right. And if I just sat there, he would have to go. If he wanted it to be under center, he would have to go ace right under center.
Wow.
Because if he just signaled in ace right, I got to pick. And guess what I picked? 10 times out of 10.
Yeah.
The only time I ever picked under center was if we ran boot. Because I thought I just thought bootleg. If you ran the boot out of shotgun, I had a great play fake. And so a good play if you're under center, you can hide the ball so much easier. And so that's the only time. And apparently that was also a tell. That might have been one time when I ran a boot and got absolutely flipped up. Like my feet went over my head. Oh, but back to the original point. That's one of the all-time greats. I got Hugh Freeze moments. Remember when he was doing that stupid thing where Ryan Buchanan would be the under center quarterback?
When who?
Remember when Buchanan, he had Chad Kelly, and then Buchanan, when he was trying to make it seem like Chad wasn't his quarterback when Chad was clearly his quarterback. And then Ryan, okay, well, you had to watch it on film. Ryan ran the under center package, and that was when he would also put Kim Dichie in at fullback.
Okay, I know. Yeah.
Okay, so his reasoning was Chad doesn't practice under center, and I had pointed out to him that Chad had taken the snap from the victory formation and went down on a knee during the second quarter, and he said that was different.
All right, I got a question. So right. I'm genuinely curious because where did the Jeffrey and Hugh Freeze relationship go sour? I don't know.
Everyone thinks it goes back to Memphis, and I know all the rumors, and I believe a lot of the rumors. It's not that. It's the way he treated Neil. What he did to Neil, what he did to his family, and I watched it, and I saw what it did to his girls and whatnot. He's the shittiest human being I've ever met, without a doubt. And that was when he was high and mighty on his whole, what are your core values? What are your core values? Hugh, what are your core values? Treating people like shit unless you can use them? That's where it all went south. It was what he did after the draft when Neil actually asked Laramie Tunsil the question that would have got him out of the trouble. And Laramie was like, yeah, no, I'd have to say that was true.
So
there was a really clear out there to just go, you know what?
Because Neil goes, Laramie said what he said, and then Neil goes, just to be clear, you're saying this as if Laramie didn't understand the question. Laramie could be
hey, let's back out of here right now.
That's not what I meant. And then Laramie's no, that's exactly what I meant. To watch what Neil went through, that Hugh put him through, and that that is 100% where it all stems from. He's the shittiest person I've ever actually met.
But nothing ever with you, because I was curious. I knew the Neil stuff, but
I mean, then he would DM, whatever. He'd DM me and whatnot. But I never believed you. It is not something he's done to me. It's watching what he did to Neil, and especially as someone that also is a father of girls and whatnot. And watching what he did and not even caring a little bit. That's a piece of shit.
Hey, Jeffrey, I'm getting pretty good at this radio shit, man. It's that's called teeing them up, baby.
No, it is funny. Most people assume that it's Memphis related. It's really not. Now, why I think Hugh's not a very good football coach is because I watched Bobby Alston with a bunch of white guys that didn't even play fraternity football would beat Hugh with D1 players, and then I watched Jim Hines do the same thing. It's all football. He's just, he'd have a talent advantage and he'd still find a way. It's like a 4-touchdown favorite to lose to New Mexico State.
He's going to beat New Mexico State next week. Don't worry. He's going to get that.
No, he's not. He's going to beat New Mexico.
Oh, it's New Mexico. Sorry.
Yeah, he wised up. He didn't. Well, now
he
Diego,
does play Vanderbilt and Diego later.
Oh
in the
my
year,
God,
though, right?
Tyler! If he did it again, if Pavia did it with Vandy, oh my God.
The only saving grace that they got is I mean, look, they're decent on defense.
If you would, how much did you get to see today?
What's that?
How much did you get to see today? I was actually very concerned about what I saw on defense.
I gave up 21 points in a college football.
Yeah, but
game.
Cal sucks.
You still
well, no, earlier in the show, Jeffrey, you said Cal was a 6-6 ACC the Pac-12 team. They're fine.
Right.
They're good.
No. I said Cal sucks on offense. Offense. I want to be clear on offense. Wilcox can coach defense. There's no denying that.
I think they're okay. And I get it because I know what channel we're on here, and I know it's like the thing to shit on coaches that used to be here. I'm pretty good at understanding that. Guy.
In fairness, I just shit on coaches that were shitty to my old boss.
No, I'm talking about as in general. But DJ Durkin can coach defense.
Oh, I think all of us said that.
Yeah,
we've all said what DJ did with that Ole Miss group. 22?
Yeah,
that Ole Miss group. Did they even have one pro?
I thought Durkin was a sneaky head coach replacement at certain points if Kiffin had bailed early. And
no.
I think. What?
And also, I don't shit on.
Hold on. We got a hand up. Go ahead. What?
All right.
Go ahead.
I mean, there are things called background checks.
I'm aware. I know, but there is look, the attention spans are so short. At some point,
they're not that short.
It's hilarious.
I thought you silenced that.
It's hilarious it's hilarious as human beings that we'll sit there and go, there's background checks. Yeah, well, he can't be a head coach. But yeah, he can be a coordinator that makes millions.
Oh, yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Come on. Yeah, totally. Come on.
Well,
we're not crazy.
You think no matter what the success looked like, there was no way he has another shot at a head coach ever?
Not at that time at Ole Miss. No, I don't think. I think
that was too soon.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, and it's again. Here's the problem. The number one problem is that you got to remember who's hiring head coaches. They're trying we went through this change about 25 years ago, late 90s, where ADs used to be former coaches. Now they're fundraisers. Mm-hmm. And so fundraisers, they're more worried about, I shouldn't say more, I'd say 50,
marketing,
about winning the press conference as much as they are about winning football games.
Until they start losing football games.
Yeah, until they start losing.
But see, I don't even think I think what it boils down to
on your second hire when you're getting fired. Then,
well, because eventually what happens though is you get to make your first hire, it doesn't work out, and then your money people go, "Oh hell, let's go get so and so because he can win," and you're not even really making that hire.
Depends on where you are, but I agree with some places. Some places there's some places that don't have as much juice as you would think. But
do you think Keith wanted to hire Lane when it started?
No.
I 100% agree.
I know.
In fact, I would say Neil McCready had more to do with Lane Kiffin getting hired than Keith Carter did.
I think the number two things that happened in a 24-hour period were podcasts leading to fan movement and Chris Malloy.
I didn't say it. You said it.
Well, I'll say this. I know this. Chase's boy, Ross, had no intention of hiring Matt.
No.
Ross doesn't talk to me as much anymore. I think we've had our falling out.
So, okay, Tyler, you understand this business more than I do because I need an answer that makes sense to me.
All right, I'll try.
How does Ross keep getting unbelievably good jobs? Because almost everywhere he goes after Western Kentucky, everyone's left. Like the places he's at, he's not really wildly popular at the time that he leaves, but yet the perception, it seems to me there's no wider disparity of the perception of Ross from the public than from the profession.
Yeah,
is that fair?
Yeah, because I don't understand I'm just the opposite. I don't understand all the hate. He is the best athletic director I've ever been with.
Okay, can you make the case?
Because he's give every single thing that you ever possibly need to be successful. He provides it. There's never been a question about it. He is a coaches and player, anything that the programs needed to be successful, he found a way to get it. And everywhere else I've been, you would say, hey, can I have? And before you can even ask them what you want, they say no. But what was the rest of your question?
And Drew makes a good point here. He raises money and he gets things built.
Yeah,
and when it comes to total resume,
he's the best AD I've ever worked with. And that's what an AD's job. Like, what's an AD's job? Seriously, let's ask. What is an AD's job?
Honestly, I would argue it's to win and build stuff.
They don't coach against their job.
It's to facilitate in as much things as humanly possible. To find a way to say yes to as much as you possibly can.
In my opinion, an AD's job is one in the hiring. You need to hire good coaches, right? But I mean, I get everybody. I get the arguments, okay? But so save the jabs there. But the point of it is, one, to hire the right guys, but two is once you hire your guy, is to give the program, whatever program it is, the best chance to be successful. And I thought of any AD that I've ever worked with, he gave every single program every opportunity there was to be successful. And that's all you can ask.
And I want to be very clear. I'm someone that's kind of lukewarm on him. He always was nice enough to me. Like, he had no reason. Like, he always knew my name, shook my hand. Like, whenever he saw me in public, like, he'd go out of his way to say, hey, Jeffrey, how are you? Like, I have zero problems with him. And I know a lot of the Ole Miss problems is he had this line of, we look forward to the day we'll tell our story. But I think there were so many Ole Miss fans that didn't realize, like, at the time that Ole Miss came up with their NCAA strategy, Hugh had unlimited power, and Hugh was running the operation. And I just think people don't get that. Like, in the end, the whole defense was a Hugh Freeze operation. That's why it was a clusterfuck, because that's the way that Hugh does things. And I don't know, but it always struck me as odd, as because even A&M people weren't like, yeah, Ross is a great AD. Like, it struck me as I want to be very clear. Like, I don't really have a negative view of him. I just was very curious of what the disconnect is.
Yeah, I think A&M's a great example. He paid the coaches; they get good or bad. So the coaches were like, "Oh yeah, we're all in." And then A&M had every resource in the freaking world. Now they're still the cult that can't win for whatever reason. But
yeah, he didn't call plays. You know what I mean? Like, it's not his. In my opinion, like, I'm with. I mean, like, he did. He gave every single way for you to succeed. He always made sure that was taken care of. And for me, and look, I'll go ahead and tell you, I may be a little biased on this too. Ross Bjork, y'all, and I always laugh because, especially on Rebel Grove and all that stuff, everybody's in the NCAA and Ross this, Ross that. Y'all can kiss my ass. It's my wife, my kids, it's Jesus, my wife, my kids, my parents, then Ross Bjork is right there because he gave me a 3-year deal walking out the door. Let's go, Ross.
Oh, wait, you got paid 3 years to not work?
2. I signed my contract 4 months before we got fired.
Oh, God. Okay.
So Quick U would exist because of Ross Bjork in a way. Because you had 100%. Time to actually get moving.
100%.
By the way, Tyler, is that as good of a feeling as I think it is?
It does suck.
Okay. So the answer is yes. Yeah. Because I cannot, I will know that I've made it as a human being when somebody is finally paying me not to work.
It doesn't suck. I can promise you that.
So how many days did you take off where you got creative or felt like you had to figure out the next thing? Like what is the week, month after that?
So I can tell a full story. It's only a podcast. Yeah. It's only on tape version, right? I've had a couple Millers.
Go ahead.
So in my contract, here's the kicker. My contract was going to roll over again. I had to be terminated by December the 31st at 5 p.m. I had to be notified by writing. And so I wasn't terminated, right? So December 31st comes. Gets about lunchtime. So I was eating lunch and I was looking at the clock and I was like, what's going to happen here? And then dadgummit, I won't disclose the conversation, but Lane called me and was like, hey, what's the deal with your contract? And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, well, they're saying if I don't fire you by 5 o'clock, your contract's rolling. I said, that's accurate. And so
could you not hold on? Could you have not commented that? Because let me tell you what your boy would have done.
Yeah. No, he was notified.
I don't know about that. Is that true?
So here's the truth. There's 3 people over there that I would like to throat punch. The rest of them are fine. There's 3 people over there. They're still over there that I would like to throat punch. We had a snitch that say, hey, if you don't fire these people by 5 o'clock today, they're coming back. And that's why I'm on a podcast right now.
So he didn't do it. He let the 5 roll.
No, we didn't let the 5 roll after that. I got notified in writing 30 minutes after the phone call.
Yeah.
And so anyway, long story short,
Lane wouldn't have done that if Lane knew that you weren't getting paid for 2 years. Do you think Lane would have done that?
We'd already agreed to work together try it out for a year.
Okay.
So
that's all I'm saying. I'm done.
Well, Lane
go ahead. Keep going. What's the rest of what's
Lane
the
didn't slit your throat.
No, I'm done. I've already talked out of turn too much. I'm done on that one. That was the contract was a sticking point. I'll just say that. But anyway, appreciate the hell out of you, Ross. You the man. No, but going on, so to answer the question is, I had like, I don't know, I'd say 6 or 7 opportunities pretty quick, in the next week to go work somewhere else. But I had mitigation in my contract, and so every job I was taking, I was going to be working for free. So I didn't take any of them. And then I had one in the SEC come open. And I took the job on a Monday verbally. I went over there. I took the job on a Monday and I called my wife and my kids, everybody's college basketball fans, took the job. I said, hey, I'm going to be gone for a while. Why don't you meet me in Nashville and let's take the kids? Because the conversation was like, hey, you're on spring break this week. We're on spring break next week. I was asking him when you want to start. He said, they'll give 2 weeks to give the lawyers time to work out the contract stuff with mitigation and all that mess. And I said, meet me in Nashville and we'll hang out for the week and go to the basketball tournament. And then I was sitting in the stands when coronavirus hit. That turned into a hiring freeze and I never went. So that's how Quick U came about after that.
Oh, wow. And then Quick U, and then you did what was your initial podcast name? Home Visit or something like that?
Yeah, Home Visit. That was just for fun. They're all for fun. It's not. I just had a good time. Home Visit. We did that for about a year and a half.
That's when you joined the media.
That's what I did, man. I joined the media, man. I was ready to go.
All right, I got another question.
What are you eating, Jeffrey?
Pizza.
You also didn't realize you were doing a 3-hour podcast tonight, did you?
Yeah, no, this has been awesome, though. Who is more powerful in the world of college athletics?
Jimmy
Agents
Sexton.
I was going to say agents or search firms?
Jimmy Sexton. Period.
Turnkey or Russ Campbell?
Or Parker? Who's better, Parker or Turnkey?
I like Russ.
Okay.
I'm going Russ.
So how much do search firms actually matter?
I don't think they matter at all. I think it's like the biggest scam in the history of scams.
Okay, I get the sense that search firms do matter in college basketball.
They may. I'm just talking about from a. I mean, they do all the stuff that. It's like they do. I don't know what the hell they do. I've always been like.
I think there's obviously there's a clear other. Search firms are a lot like. it's cover your ass. You know what I mean?
Like, a lot of it's the first line of offense on contact.
Right.
They go back and they start calling the coaches and going, hey, look, Ole Miss, Michigan, whatever wants to talk. What do you want to do? Because, I mean, that was happening with baseball this past offseason. I mean, I was like, hey, they're using this to do this or this to do this or whatever, and that's how it was happening.
Yeah, I don't know what, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't know. Like, they make recommendations. They don't like say, hey, this is the guy. They give you a pool of guys, and it's probably already the pool of guys you already have. But they do all the, like, because I've had phone calls with search firms, not on my behalf, but on asking about other people, and they just basically do the background work for the people, the AD or whoever's doing the hiring. And they say, hey, this person, they basically do all the work where they say, hey, this person said this. They provide you with information, but the AD's still going to make the call. Like, and they're hella expensive. I mean, there's no telling how much money's been wasted on them search firms.
I also get the sense they matter way more in non-rev sports.
Now, I could see that 100%.
Because schools are just keeping them on retainer. They're just paying six
Correct.
figures to have them there in case they need them.
Correct. And also, in non-rev sports, agents aren't making money, so they're not wasting their time. I think the other thing.
Well, you don't know who they are. Like, you don't, like, if you're the AD. I mean, all right, Chase, you I feel like you have a pretty good pulse on Ole Miss over the years, right? Don't you feel like you know the place pretty well?
Yeah,
better
right,
than average.
Hey, Chase, you're the AD at Ole Miss today. Hey, you got to go hire a rifle coach. What the fuck? Where are you going?
I'm going to go pull up the 5 top coaches in the country and then go look at salaries and go, yeah, I'm not paying that, and I'm not paying that, and I'm not paying that. And I go, okay, this. But yeah, you call turnkey and go. But here's the problem. I better already have them on retainer, period, because I'm not paying turnkey $150,000 to go find a rifle coach.
Right. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, I think you're good on the sports. I even think like Keith could probably do it in basketball better than 99% of the ADs, because that's kind of his world. But like, I mean, you just got like, it's not even
the Kermit hire wasn't his best.
Come on now, you gotta leave my guy.
I love Keith. I love Keith.
Well, I love Kermit too. I think
I do too. Good. He was a great man.
It's over. There's no sense.
I mean, whenever they got to do a baseball search, they're going to pay turnkey like $150,000. Just pay me $50. I'll handle it. I'll go get a guy. I got it. I'll knock it out.
Here's another question, Tyler, that I had. So, do you think it feels like everything has trended earlier and earlier from the hiring? Everything just keeps moving. The calendar keeps moving up, and up.
Yep.
Do you think the 12-team playoff slows it down at all?
I don't know what, I've had this conversation with 10 people. Nobody, even in the coaching world, knows what's about to happen. Here's the other thing. It's signing day moved too, right? So now signing day moved up to the first Wednesday of the month. So you're now signing day is what, December 4th or somewhere like that this year?
I feel like it's always just circle December 5th. But yeah, we're saying the same thing.
It's whatever the first Wednesday is in December this year. So it's bumped up 2 weeks. So now that's there. Now you got the playoff. I'm going to be honest with Jeffrey. Nobody fucking knows what's about to happen. Like, what happens if, all right, so here's an example. All right, so what if Memphis goes to the group of 5? They're the group of 5 in the playoff.
Yep.
And then a real job opens up and they want him as the head coach.
I would tell him to ask me.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yes. No, I mean, I think because I got asked this question, and I think the simplest answer is it depends on what job is open, right? Like if Ryan, let's use Ryan as the example. Well, if Florida opens up and then Florida wants Ryan, and they say if you're not going to take it before December, what are you going to do? Ryan's going to take the job.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the difference is. But if, let's say, I don't know, throw out a what's an ACC job that could come open?
ACC, Virginia.
All right, let's say that comes open.
Even though they're beating Wake Forest right now by 31-30.
What did
Wake lost?
So Ryan is going to make next year, I think 2.5.
Okay.
Virginia pays what, 3?
Oh, I don't know.
So
are they a private?
I can see. No, they're public. They're a public school, but they operate like one. But I could see where Ryan or Ryan equivalent goes, I don't know. Like, what I think is still one of the more fascinating things, I'd like to know whether or not it's true.
Okay.
Tony Elliott makes $4.2 million at Virginia.
Did Luke Fickell really tell Notre Dame, if you want me, you got to wait?
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean,
I know that's the talking point, but I'd love to really know. Because the reason why I say that is the Notre Dame coach was told, if you want the LSU job, you got to be here now. And he was still technically in a playoff race. And he goes, yeah, I'll be there Monday. Now, I understand Luke Fickell and Brian Kelly are two different people.
You talking about when he had Cincinnati in the playoffs that year? When they lost to Georgia or Alabama?
No, Bama. They lost to Bama.
Oh, was it Bama? Okay.
It was like a very non-competitive 17-point loss.
I can't say, but he had offers. Notre Dame was not the one I was thinking of in my head. I will say that, but I know he had offers that he had to. He did not take because he was going to coach that group in the playoff. I do know that.
Right, but were those offers better? You don't have to name names, but were those offers better than the Dame job?
Yes, they were. Or they're better than Cincinnati job. Yes.
Right, they're better than Cincinnati job, but were they better than the Notre Dame job?
I mean, it depends on how you look at Notre Dame. You know what I'm saying? Like, some people think Notre Dame's like top 5. I don't, but some people do. I mean, maybe to him, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, you got to remember, like, the way we think, the way we feel, like, everybody that's listening to this show right now, the way we feel about the SEC, a lot of people feel like that about Big Ten jobs, right? So, you know, maybe not to us, but to them, maybe, yeah.
Who's the next coach at Florida if this doesn't go well, Siski?
Well, I'm going. So don't steal my line, Jeffrey. You'll be on a different network, so you can steal it. I'm going to use this on Monday because I know I'm going to get asked about it again for the 800.
I'll say this: I won't steal it until your show goes live. How about that?
Right, you know, you can. Yeah, because you're after me, right?
Correct. or I will say, Tyler Siski said this.
Yeah. Florida is one decision away from becoming this generation's Nebraska.
Are they not already there?
They're one. No, I'm talking about completely irrelevant.
If they hire a poor coach next.
Yes. Well, you can't. Guy, I mean, we live in this world now where, and I get it, but we live in this world now where, like, when you try to rebuild rosters every freaking weeks, every time you hit the reset button, every single time you hit the reset button, you add time to the oven. It takes longer and longer and longer to rebuild. And it doesn't, you'll never know who's going to be the next coach. I mean, you sit there and, like, Urban Meyer, you know, wins a national championship and is the man. And then all of a sudden he has a health issue because he didn't win enough games. They were running his ass out of there too. He Lazarus comes out of the, you know, he comes back to life and can go coach at Ohio State again. You got McElwain takes from the back-to-back SEC championship games, gets fired in the middle of next year. And you got Mullen, went to the 3 consecutive New Year's Six games, fired in the middle of next year. Like, it doesn't matter when it's ending with Napier. Eventually it's going to end, whether it's this year. Now, I'm in the belief, and I think, Chase, you kind of feel a little bit the same way. I'm in the belief that the uncertainty of revenue share and everything that's going on right now, I don't think they're ready to go write an additional $26 million check plus buyouts of new staff and old staff. That's a $61 million decision.
Not counting. Now, look, rev share took a hell of a hit the other day. It might be on the way of not getting anywhere close. That's the problem.
I don't know how much you paid attention to Friday, but it turns out there were some heroes. Talk about stealing people's lines. There were some heroes that when the House ruling was getting promoted as the most seismic shift in the history of college athletics, an unbelievable day, and I started, like, reading it out loud, and I was like, they didn't do anything other than agreeing to a settlement. Everything else was like, that's all they actually accomplished was they agreed to a settlement.
That was the biggest waste of time. That thing was dead on arrival. That was the
Correct.
biggest waste of time in the history of, like, I was sitting there. I wish we could, like, come up with a number of how how much money is that university sent to fly presidents and all this stuff, all these little top secret meetings and stuff.
Well, and went ahead and started moving books to get ready for something that was not going to happen, at least in that iteration and the way it was set up. I mean, they were you've been completely moving all of your budgets for it.
But regardless of, there's still uncertainty, right? I mean, you don't the case doesn't hit until January, like trial is in January, right? Mm-hmm. So I guess my point was this, is that by the time they want to make a decision and move on, the thing hadn't even gone to court. You know what I'm saying? So you still don't. Yeah.
You still don't know. Actually, so the only thing I'd push back on your point is the difference between Nebraska, because I get what you're saying from a like if you were just viewing it as an organization, I'm with you. But the key difference is Nebraska was probably living on borrowed time, because in the end, Nebraska was eventually going to have to answer for the fact that they live in a state that has no talent. And eventually it was always going to sort itself out. The University of Florida is still Florida.
Yeah, but when they were, do you know where Lawrence Phillips is from?
St. Louis, right?
From Miami, Florida, right?
I thought he was from St. Louis.
Or Tommy Frazier, one of the dudes. They were like crushing it in Miami. Like they recruited nationally from the jump. You know what I mean?
I'm with you, but also like they're living on borrowed time because they're on steroids before everyone's on steroids. Like eventually everyone else is like going to catch up to them, and their inherent advantage. Like to your point though, they're a national brand in a day and age which there were 5 to 10 national brands. Yeah, so, maybe. And then once you have everybody, everyone playing on national TV. Okay, they went through the same thing that Tennessee did, in which, hey, all of our advantages are now lessened and lessened and lessened. The only difference I would say though with Florida is you are still in the state of Florida, and there's still tremendous talent. Now, where I totally and fundamentally agree with you though is I think Florida's biggest problem is Florida thinks everybody should just want to go to Florida, and that ain't the case.
Well, they just, it's sooner or later, and I've said this on the show 1,000 times, sooner or later, Florida has to look Florida in the mirror.
We're saying this exact same thing. I completely agree with you.
Sooner or later, they got to look in the mirror and I get it. And look, I really do. And it's hard for me to say this because everybody thinks I'm biased. Billy's a damn good football coach. And he's not the only damn good football coach to go to Florida and get run out of there. So, Jim McElwain is a damn good football coach. You don't get Dan Mullen. I get that we're on the Ole Miss show. Dan Mullen can coach fucking football. Why does everybody win? I guess this is my question: is why does everybody win everywhere else but Florida? Like we're starting to get to the point where, guys, it may not be the coaches because they're winning everywhere else that they're coaching at it. Florida.
So I think my answer to you is I totally agree, because by the way, you are talking to the one guy that was on an Ole Miss football show and told everyone the better football coach was Dan Mullen.
How'd that
go? There's a reason why I'm in Memphis.
That's why you're on the Ole Miss thing now. That's why you're on the Hugh Freeze thing. You're trying to get the Ole Miss fans back. I got you.
Yeah. Well, no, it's mainly because I love my boys. To your point, though, I've always said it is one of the more insane fan bases that never gets lumped in the irrational, insane fan base. And it blows my mind. I've never understood it.
Yeah, they should.
What if the reality is the University of Florida, for somehow, some way, lucked into literally 2 of the greatest football coaches of all time?
Yeah, they had 2.75 great football coaches and got exactly 2.75 out of that.
Right, and I want to be clear. I hate Urban Meyer. I think Urban Meyer.
I'm saying Mullen is wherever you want to put Mullen. Right. He did win for 3 years. He would have made the playoff his first 3 years.
But what if the reality is they had 2 generational football coaches, Steve Spurrier and Urban Meyer, and that became a standard? Well, Steve Spurrier won at Duke well before winning at Duke was even possible. Steve Spurrier won 10 games in a row at South Carolina, 3 years in a row, when no one had ever thought about doing that, particularly in the SEC era. Again, I think Urban Meyer is a steaming pile of shit. It's undeniable. He is a very good college football coach. Like, I think the problem is, I think that they think, like, what if the reality is for circumstances, whatnot, they had two of the greatest football coaches the sport's ever seen, but that somehow became their standard. Like, that's, to me, where I think they are.
Boise just took a lead on Oregon, by the way, second quarter.
Yeah, and Arizona State just scored to go up 7-0 on State. What, Jeffrey, what college football coach do you like right now?
So this is actually a fascinating question because all my favorites are gone. I love Jonathan Smith. I think Jonathan Smith's a unbelievable football coach because I think it follows in the same pattern. Like, the guy that I respect the most in all of coaching is Mike Leach, simply because name someone that had 3 horrible jobs like he has and actually had a modicum of success.
Yeah. No, he's the man. Matt Rule.
I think very highly of Matt. And, like, I don't care that Matt failed in the NFL. Like, the NFL's, in the end, if you don't have a quarterback, if you don't have 8, like one of the 5 to 8 best quarterbacks, it doesn't matter. Yep. So that's not really his fault. That's neither here nor there. I do definitely agree. Matt has won at Temple. By the way, how's Temple doing since Matt left?
Not very good. Well, they did good when Jeff was there, and then after that.
Yeah, they were okay. Yeah,
they were. Yeah, you're right.
He wanted to get that's how he got a job. He won 10 games.
All right. Who do I like? I mean, I know we crapped on. I actually think Justin Wilcox. I think the Cal job's a horrible football job, and the fact that Justin has still stayed employed, I think, is actually impressive because I think it's like a terrible football job. I basically fall into if you want to like peg me down, I fall into the category of Rocco. Get down. He's eating pizza.
What kind of pizza is it, by the way, Jeffrey?
We went Domino's because we had to get delivery. I very much believe in coaches that I know have consistent, like, sustained success at places that's impossible to win or tough to win. I don't care. Like, in the end, I watched Mike DeBose. Like, I've watched Mike DeBose win 10 games in an SEC championship at Alabama. Like, I think there's a lot of guys that could do that at that point in time. I mean, that's always the stat I throw out, that every single coach, even the incompetent ones at Alabama, had at least 1 year in which they won 10 games. So I care about guys that actually I had come up with a standard for a job, and people that exceed a job, that's what I pay attention to.
Got a quick super chat, by the way, real quick. Austin, thanks for that. Says 4 SEC teams make the playoff today. Who do y'all got? Who's in?
All right.
Georgia, Ole Miss, Texas, and whom?
I would probably say my 4th team right now would probably be.
You can remove one of those 3 if you want. I just assumed you were both going with those 3.
No, we all know. Did we get a Luther Burden update?
I have not seen an update or if he played. They're beating the raw hell out of Buffalo. I didn't see a final score, but
I missed what happened.
Burden went to the locker room at one point with an injury.
On his own, or they take him there?
I don't know. Yeah,
we were following on Twitter. I'm gonna say Tennessee.
Yeah, that's where the winner of the Alabama-Tennessee game. God, I think. Here's the thing. I keep getting this. I'm looking for people who can't get to 10, and
do we think
it says illness, not injury?
How about this? Do we both agree that Tennessee is going to beat Oklahoma?
Yes.
Okay. Tennessee could theoretically lose to Bama and Georgia.
They still get in, but it's
not like Ole Miss's schedule. They could lose to LSU and Georgia and still get in.
Yeah, Ole Miss is. I don't. Ole Miss has too many ways that they can. That's what this team's a little different, and I'm not. I know sometimes you're probably too close to it that you don't. This team's a little bit different at Ole Miss, right? So they got multiple ways they can beat you. They, instead of just relying on the quarterback, relying on the offense to outscore people, they can actually stop people with a defensive front. Like, you got multiple ways on both sides to win the game, even if somebody has a bad day. That's what, and you got to have depth. And defensively, it's probably been. I mean, I know everybody's, and I should be too, because my brother-in-law is his agent. But everybody's Jaxson Dart, offense. But defense is where the biggest difference for me is with this Ole Miss team.
I can't subscribe enough. To me, I've always thought they'd be fine on offense. The difference to me this year is they can win at the line of scrimmage on defense.
Got dudes up front, and they roll them. You got depth, and so when you get to week 9 or 10, and you got a guy down or whatever, you're not going to be missing. You're not going to be missing much. Now, 2's different. He's a whole different animal, right? You don't ever need to lose him, but I mean, they can keep rolling. They can keep them fresh. They can keep them in there, and they got length. They got length, and then even in the back end, like, the talent level, I know this probably sounds weird. The talent level is not a whole lot different in the back end than it's been. They're just longer. And when you're that long, you don't have to be. You can get beat a little bit, and you still
right, because you can still bat it away, or you can still recover a little bit easier.
That's what made AJ Finley so good. AJ Finley couldn't run out of sight in a day, but he was long and he was instinctive, and he played and used his length, to his advantage. He's one of the best players I've ever seen playing with his length, and he's getting paid to do it now. But you long guys, man, that's how the game's played, man. Long guys.
By the way, is this Bama score going to be the most misleading score we've seen all year?
Yeah, because they're going to fall one score shy of covering.
This is they got to go back to the drawing board on they let too many guys run free tonight. There's going to be my man Kane is going to be pissed. Won't be texting him tomorrow.
Can Ty not play at all?
No, he can play. He's doing.
Don't you have to think about it?
You got to be careful. Like, it's not bad.
I know. I mean, no, I agree because I've always said this. Like, everyone wants to crap on Milton at Tennessee last year. I would argue this about Milton at Tennessee. I think Heupel knew the games that they lost, they were probably going to lose no matter what. And if you were going to have a locker room mutiny, it wasn't worth it. Would you say that's fair?
Say the last part again.
If you were going to have a locker room mutiny, it just wasn't worth it.
That's the whole point, right? And
Joe's been there so long, and there's boys like him. Like, I get it.
That's what people don't realize about stuff like that is it's the number one job of a quarterback. The number one job of a quarterback is to make the other 10 guys better. And if they don't want to play for you or they like the other guy better, it's a mess. And so you can't simply just, bench a guy because he's having a bad game or whatever. And you got to make sure you don't screw the other 10 up while you're trying to fix. You can't sacrifice one for messing up 10 others, if that makes sense.
No, so I completely agree with that.
It
Tyler, is a super chat real quick. Do you think Ole Miss has the best overall D line, or is it Georgia?
Georgia. But they're not. They're good. I don't want to.
They're good enough. Yeah.
They're good enough to win a championship with. That's the only thing the only thing at all that really concerns me, because I think even with the back end issues on defense, like if I will say this, if the D line, like even if you had a D line from last year, if you had a D line, a normal lane, since Lane's been there, D line, the back end would be getting exposed. But the D line is covering up a lot of that stuff, and they're going to continue to cover it up because offensive line play is not like superb right now in this league. The only thing, and I saw enough today where I'm like, is the running game. And you're going to have to run the ball to get to where you want to go. You're going to win a shit ton of – you don't have to run it. You're going to win a shit ton of games. You're still going to get the playoffs, and you may even win a game or two. But if you want to win the damn thing, there's going to be a point in time in this season where you have to line up and say, guess what, guys? We're running the ball. We're running it right here, and you got to succeed. And it'll come down to a point in time in a game where everybody in the building knows. My wife doesn't know football. she was sitting there today. She's going to go, hey, you know what? They're about to run the ball right here, and you got to succeed. And right now, I don't know if they can do that right now against once you get to the playoffs, those kind of teams.
But isn't the problem with that question?
Yes, we have company. Yeah, what's up?
What in the hell are y'all doing?
We've had a great show. We're literally going to watch along.
Good job.
Hey,
I thought maybe I slept for a week and I missed the Wake Forest postgame show.
We're just hanging out. Well, South Florida got it within 5, and then this happened, and I don't know. It just kind of happened.
Scoops.
What's up, Tyler?
I mean, Jeffrey's on like his 12th win. I mean, I'm about to call it, but we're just kind of hanging out. It's cool.
I had pizza and I've got a second win.
Pizza sounds good right now.
Hey, Scoops, you like my shirt?
I can't see you in here.
That's no fun. You're missing a good dress rehearsal today.
He's wearing the team issued gear.
Oh, which team?
Ole Miss.
I got my old shirt on, dog. I had to support
that?
I had to support my friend Chris Kiffin today.
Is it from your first tenure or your second?
I have no idea. No, it's definitely my second, not my first. I gave all my first shit away.
Who'd you give it to?
Can you still fit into your? Can you still fit into your first stint?
Oh,
I'm not. I'm like that would be a hell of an accomplishment because I can tell you what, I can't fit into my first stint at Ole Miss.
Oklahoma's only ahead by 4 points.
Oh, they have looked like raw hell on offense today.
Chase,
yeah.
Chase, did you hear some shit coming from the peanut gallery over there?
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
Oh wow!
I'm just saying, if you are roughly the same size and weight that you were in 2012 in 2024, you have done well. That was the point.
I'm a genetic freak. I'm a 3-time world champ.
Yeah, just to not gain weight is a win. In
Correct.
A way. Yeah.
How about this? I fluctuate, but as of today, I'm the same weight I was when I quit playing. 183 pounds.
I mean,
that's impressive.
Tip of the cap. That's got to be.
That, like, I mean, obviously the some other numbers have changed, but that's impressive.
But that's also insane discipline.
Body fat percentage has changed, within 10 to 20%. But yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Neil absolutely would have asked Hugh today if he called the plays, or if Nick's called them, or if the other OC called them, or Tupelo. I appreciate that.
Called it. He was. I don't care what he says. I saw him calling the plays.
Nah, he didn't call the plays today.
He called the first drive.
Tyler, what you don't understand is it was just a shame that Hugh had to work so much with the defense because he gave the credit to the defense. He was having to work with the defense to make sure they kept him in the game.
Yeah, Freeze coach
because of that. Derek had to call the plays on offense after that first series.
I don't care what he says in a press conference. I saw enough to him saying they kept flashing to him, especially when they were losing. Everybody wanted to get his reaction. But he would say when he says the words, here we go, like he always says, that's like his tick. He says, here we go. That's when he's calling the plays. So if you watch him and he says, here we go, you can read his lips. He's calling the plays. And he said it 1,000 times today. So no matter what is said in press conference, he called the plays today.
One of my all-time favorites was when he was at Liberty and they played I think they played Syracuse, and they went like 1 for 19 on third downs. It was like an insane number. And he did the whole press conference trying to be like, I just really kept trying on first and second down. I just really kept trying to tell Kent, you got to be thinking about third down. You got to be thinking about when I'm in charge of first and second down, but Kent, you got to be thinking about third down. I was like, that guy literally just tried to act like someone different called the play on first and second down than third down, which would be a first in the history of football.
That happens. People do that.
People get suggestions on third down, but somebody makes the final call.
No, people actually split it up that way. I don't agree with it, but people do that.
Because you can also split it up like red zone and middle of the field too, right?
Yeah, I've seen where people have like duties, but it's like suggestions. Like someone's hey, this.
No, I'm telling you, people call games call games like that. I don't agree with it, but I know
the rhythm to that feels all effed up.
Terrible. Don't get me started. It's terrible. But I agree. I think it's terrible, but people do that.
State is finally playing a football game where they have the better looking uniform.
Oh, you can't be hating on this Arizona State uniform right now.
The helmet is amazing. The yellow on yellow is abysmal.
Tyler, there's another guy that I actually think might do it. I think this Arizona State staff does a pretty good job because I think that they have no talent. You are still in this looking uniform.
Hey, can we bring Scoops in the quad box?
I can probably build one. I got to shrink all of us. Hold on.
I got.
That's not difficult for me.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see how much room I have.
Is it cold outside, Mr. Neal?
It was actually pretty pleasant outside. Where would I find the Oregon game?
It's on
Peacock.
Peacock?
Yeah. Oh, are you subscribed?
Okay. Yeah, I'm subscribed.
They just.
I have a son who's into soccer, as you might know.
Yeah. So you got you need Premier. Yeah, Premier League's Peacock. Yeah.
I just want to and say.
Oh my God. Okay, Tyler, you're 100%. The speed of it. I know it's only a 4-point game. I still think we got a chance to cover.
Well, I can tell you what, my Mississippi State money line, I'm going to split because they're fixing to get their teeth busted in.
I just need 59 points in that game, and there's been 7 through 12 minutes of football, so that's not good.
I don't know, but this dude just teabagged that guy.
So, did you last year they had this guy playing like quarterback?
What's Arizona State wearing?
See, told you.
That's beautiful.
That's the Jake Plummer special. Like that was like what now Plummer used to wear it with the remember that they used to basically have Mississippi State's pants. So they'd wear that yellow top with that like maroon type pants. That was a good look.
I wouldn't mind a white pant with the yellow top, but I don't like the all yellow.
The problem helmet is so good too. It's like distracting me because the
problem is the helmet's better than everything else.
The helmet's amazing. Like it's an elite helmet.
Hey Nils, Zachary Franklin went 9 for 99 for Burt and the Illini tonight.
Is that right? They won tonight, didn't they?
That game. I'm gonna lose sleep over that. That game and the Arkansas game. I've literally never had a bet. Tyler, there was one scenario in which I didn't cover the game. Arkansas literally covered the line the entire 60 minutes. The one scenario was it gets to the second overtime, Oklahoma State gets ball first, can score a touchdown, get the 2, and Arkansas doesn't score. That was literally the way that I did not cover.
So hey, let me ask you all this. I didn't see it. The unnecessary roughness penalty on Arkansas in overtime. Was it legit?
100%.
Yeah.
He suplexed him
after the whistle.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a team? Seen a team beat itself the way Arkansas did today? Will they have 640 yards of offense?
I call high school football, so yeah, I've seen it.
They turned the ball too many times.
You ever seen an SEC team beat itself like that?
Yeah, unfortunately. In person.
Yeah. Auburn today.
No, I've seen it.
But I mean, Auburn today didn't have a productive. They were not productive on really either side of the ball like that. I mean, Arkansas offensively put up numbers the whole game.
What year was that? Was that I guess 2012? Played Vanderbilt. We didn't punt. We got beat. Yeah, that sucked.
That was the game where the end missed the tackle. Was it
and
EJ?
Also there was that weird 4th and 1 where I don't think he actually got it, but they gave it to him, and even review couldn't.
Y'all remember that better than I. All I know is we didn't.
I think it was EJ Epperson that missed was it Rogers missed out on the edge.
We were we kept kicking field goals instead of we were like 50 of 50 in the red zone were all field goals.
Yeah, I don't know. What was that's Trump wine that Neil was drinking. He got a case of it after the trip to Chicago.
That is
what
not
was
true.
the final? what was the final yardage? Tyler, you might know this. When Ole Miss went to Tuscaloosa in 2015 and won, what was the final yardage total?
No, I have no idea. I don't remember. Y'all, I'm telling you, I don't remember. Y'all remember that?
There was at least 5 turnovers.
Hey, I'm gonna give you guys a hot take.
All right.
I can't think of the guy's name. It's like Kenny or something at Texas State. That guy's about to get a big payday.
That's my guy. I was trying to tell you. He's a freaking dude. He was hey, Neil, we watched him on the way to Las Vegas. He was the Incarnate Word head coach.
All I remember is they used to employ. Here you go, Tyler. Here's another guy that I don't understand how he keeps getting jobs. How does Jake Spavital? What dirt does he have on people? How does that guy keep getting hired? Because his first offense that's good will be his next offense that's good will be his first.
Yeah, I don't know him, so I don't have actually a good answer for you. I just know that I got Mississippi State money line. They're getting dropped 10. They did hold them out 10. Hey, I know you the over.
They held out. I agree, but yeah. Well, let's be real. If we're both gonna win our bets, we need State to start scoring.
They just don't have it up front. Like they just don't have it.
No, they
you know
don't.
What, though? I've got Tyler. I've got a weird thing. I don't think the Sawyer kid's that bad.
Who's that?
The kid that's playing quarterback for State. The kid that was at Baylor.
Blake Shapen?
Yeah, Shapen. Sorry, not Sawyer. Blake Shapen. He throws a good ball. He might be Diet Zach Wilson though, where he just throws it so pretty that I'm blinded by him.
We recruited him. He's a good kid. He's a coach's kid. I mean, he's sharp, but it's like, again, he doesn't. There's nothing wrong with their scheme and what they're doing. They just don't have the horses yet.
Jeffrey, to answer your question, this box score is pretty nuts from that 2015 game.
Yeah,
Alabama ran 101 plays for 503 yards. Ole Miss ran 65 plays for 433 yards.
So it's no.
Ole Miss averaged 6.6 a play. Bama averaged 4.9 a play.
Now,
6 or 7 turnovers,
including how long was Attaboyjo's the helmet play?
A long.
It was like 65 yards.
How many turnovers?
It was at least 5 for Bama. Because I think Jake threw. Because Tyler, you don't know this. So my little brother played baseball at Bama at the time, and Cooper Bateman was one of his buddies, and they ate breakfast together at the athletic facility. And my brother texted me on like Wednesday. And he goes, "Hey, heads up, I'm pretty sure Cooper's playing quarterback this week because we're at breakfast and he hasn't eaten a thing."
Yeah, Cooper struggled a little bit with the anxiety.
Yeah, 66 yards on that.
What was it?
66.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then what was the they had another RPO where Chad's dragged his foot. Remember Chad dragged his foot right behind the line. That had to be another.
Yeah.
Because originally they called it illegal forward pass, but then they looked at it, and he dragged his foot.
Bama had 5 turnovers. Ole Miss had 1. No, none. So turnovers,
but
5, nothing.
Bama did recover an onside kick.
Okay.
All right, so I got a question for you guys.
All right.
I got to do
real quick before you do that. Jay Robertson says, "Super Chad, appreciate it. Can Vandy make a bowl game? 2-0."
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Hey, they covered our 30 today, Neil. They got the 30.
I know this.
Yes.
I know this. They're going to hit their win total. They're going to hit their win total in September.
Neil, we did their over/under the other day.
Yeah, but I've watched
It's
the
changed.
rest of the league some now. Vandy can win games, man. Vandy not only can Vandy beat Auburn at home, I think Vandy will beat Auburn.
All right, here's the schedule.
You gave them that game.
2-0. They're at Georgia State. Who scheduled that on Saturday?
No, Georgia State's a good schedule because Elliott was there, and it's spring. He just goes, "I'm out."
It's on the road though. Who's going to?
Yeah, they'll win that game though. That's 3-0.
They'll win that.
Missouri.
3-1.
That's an L.
Alabama.
That's an L.
I mean, 3-2, but
at Kentucky.
There's that. That's
a winnable game.
That's what we gotta have. That's what. Listen, I'm dead serious. I'm not playing Diego. I'm not playing Diego against Missouri or Alabama because Diego will definitely get himself broken in half. Like he can't. He only has one speed. He only plays full speed. He will get broken in half.
Ball State.
Win.
Dub.
Texas.
Lost.
At Auburn, November the 2nd.
Well, Diego's 1-0. Diego's 1-0 at Jordan-Hare.
I refuse to concede that game.
And then if they happen to get all these that we're talking, that would put them at 5.
Tyler, you laugh, but if we would have said last year, New Mexico State's going to go to Jordan-Hare and win by 3 scores. And by the way, it wasn't fluky.
Auburn's shitty. Auburn is shitty. They're not that talented. If you put Auburn in an Illinois uniform, everybody would talk about how shitty they are. They're shitty. Let's just say what it is. They're a bad team.
They have the worst quarterback in the SEC, and I watched that Kentucky-South Carolina game today.
He and Vandegrift are in the same ballpark.
No, one of those guys was a 5-star.
Let's do Auburn's schedule in a minute because I'm gonna have some fun with this.
He's DFL. I would take Vandegrift before I would take Peyton Thorne.
And then to your point, to make a bowl, they need to get South Carolina at home on November the 9th because they close with LSU and Tennessee.
Well, what's LSU going to look like by the end of the year?
It's in Baton Rouge on November 23rd.
Yeah, we're doing the uniform thing on LSU.
Their
LSU
season
has 3 or 4 losses and half their team opts out of the last part of the season.
Their season comes to, never forget, there's 2 schools that when it goes south, there's nothing better to watch. When it goes south on LSU and when it goes south on Auburn, those 2 teams are a special brand of quit.
100%.
All right, Auburn's 1-1.
All right, let's do Auburn.
They're 1-1. They're going to beat the Lobos and go to 2-1. By the way, homecoming is week 3 for Auburn next week.
That was smart.
Yeah, New Mexico 2-1. They play at home the Arkansas Razorbacks.
Not a freebie.
That's no gimme.
I don't know what to do with that game.
If Arkansas scores 24 points, can Auburn win the game?
No, because Arkansas will score 24 points.
Here's the thing. The thing that's going to be misleading about the Arkansas game today is it went to overtime right at 31. Is that correct? Or you go to overtime at 24?
31.
That defense did not give up 31 points.
No, they gave up like 17.
They largely, completely and utterly shut down.
I think Arkansas could hold Auburn to 10 offensive points, guys.
You know what sucks?
You think Travis Williams will have that thing circled? Former Auburn player?
Yeah, I would actually pick Arkansas to beat Auburn.
Okay.
Oklahoma. So we're at 2-2.
But here's what sucks is, and Neil, you know, because you know the people around there. If Sam Pittman won that game today and beat a top 16 team at on the road, and then turn around and go
Bobby's win.
But you know what I'm saying? Like,
they'd be nationally ranked.
No. Tyler, I think I'm going to different. I'm interpreting what you're saying differently than Chase is, because I'm interpreting kind of the same way. If Pittman would have won today, I view Arkansas very differently. But because they lost in the fashion, even though I don't actually think he made a mistake today, like how on earth is it a mistake that if you saw the drop punt, it was a fluky drop punt because kid gets blocked into the return. The kid calls fair catch. It wasn't like he was trying to be a hero. He calls fair catch. Guy gets blocked into his feet, and he misjudges the ball ever so slightly. He's trying to move up, but because he gets tripped over, ball pops out. Then Tylen Green gets hit twice on 2 interceptions. Like, what was the mistake Pittman made today?
And you go back to the first half. There was two plays. Arkansas is up 14-0, and Green makes this kind of escape play and is going to his left and throws a ball that hits the receiver in the hands. Could have been a touchdown. Next play's a pick six. I mean, that thing was an inch from 21-0.
Yeah, Auburn, Oklahoma is going to be a rock fight because
but
no one
now,
can score.
Now, I actually want to go back to this because I think this is interesting because what I'm agreeing, I think, Tyler, if I understand you correctly, I think Pittman is in that reality that you just are. Whenever you lose a game like that, everyone just blames you because in the end you're the head coach. Like that's why you get paid. And I think that season, if they win that game this season, to me, it's like everything I thought about Arkansas being better than they should be. Like it all flips because of this game.
Yeah, and the other thing is, and you know, they have a safety net, right, with Petrino. And so Petrino looks like a king today because he had put up 690 yards on the road. And so
they had a hell of a plan.
And so it's like, oh, we lost because of Pittman. But you got Petrino. We got this guy here, had 600 and whatever yards it was. But they dominated the game on offense. They really did. Green, they're still going to lose games because Green, he's not an accurate passer. He's a phenomenal athlete. He's not an accurate passer.
He's better than KJ though.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like,
okay. Here's the real question though. Going back to what we talked about with a former defensive coordinator that we all agree that's a good defensive coordinator. Can Arkansas really rehire Petrino?
They can't.
No, they're not going to. I think there's a real chance they hire Barry Odom and leave Petrino as the OC.
Oh.
I actually.
That sounded sore.
What's that?
Austin, another super chat. Appreciate you. Says, is it out of the realm of possibility that LSU, Auburn, and Florida all have coaching vacancies at the end of the year?
Yeah, LSU won't have one.
Yeah, LSU's not going to have one.
I have a serious question for all of us as we're all watching this Arizona State game.
Let's go. We get red touchdown.
Why did we not go to Arizona State? It's, by the way, I don't know if you're aware of this. It's not hard to get in.
Yeah, that's true.
If I went to Arizona State, I'd have been a 14-time world champ instead of a 3-time world champ.
Somebody in the stream asking if my hat comes in different colors real quick. The answer is yes. I actually have it. The other one is this. It's in the darker shade. So you can get that also, Realtree.com. I'll be a 15 for 15% off.
I'd like to be wearing a Realtree hat tonight to support the brand, but you're holding all the colors over there.
Dude, I've got 30. Just tell me, and you can have. We're going to give some away as the week goes on. So,
all right. I think it's actually let's go back to the super chat question. I think it's a good question. Let's predict the openings
in the SEC.
Yeah. So I think South Carolina. What I saw from them today is because Tyler's 100% right. They might actually have the best defensive player in the entire conference.
In the country. He's the best defensive
player. If you're the best defensive player in the SEC, there's a 70% chance you're the best defensive player in the country?
Fair.
So I think, Neil, they're going to win enough. Like, they're going to do that thing where they're going to have bad losses, but they're going to win enough to be like, 6-6-ish?
Probably.
Oh, my God, catch the football.
I'm ahead of you.
Yeah, because I'm a DirecTV subscriber, so I'm watching on freaking Fubo.
So Florida, to answer the question, Florida opens.
Worst.
You've made it through this day fine, Jeffrey. You've got like 9
Well, my
TVs
gambling
going.
record
You're seeing
doesn't
every
stink,
game.
I'm seeing parts of every game. I wouldn't say I'm seeing every game. All right, so we all agree on Florida.
Florida opens. Arkansas opens.
Yep.
Does South Carolina open?
I got one.
I think so.
Does Kentucky open?
Yeah. I mean, does Iowa open?
Today.
I mean, he did look like the Iowa head coach today, so yeah.
No.
Makes sense.
Here's what also. Tyler probably can speak to this. Here's a problem Ferentz is going to have. Rightly or wrongly, FCS, non-FCS, whatever, he didn't coach last week, and that's the first time their offense actually kind of looked like competent. And he gets back today, and it just goes back to like in the end, I don't think Brian Ferentz was doing anything Kirk Ferentz didn't agree with. Is it just time? Now, the problem I think also with Iowa is I believe the power structure at Iowa, he's the most – there's literally like the presidents have been – like he's literally the most powerful person there.
He's won a lot of games. You know what I mean? Like it's not – they haven't like had a shitty year. You know what I mean? They are what they are.
They win 8.5 to 9.5 games every year.
Every year.
I mean, I get it's boring and it's weird, but defensively they're really damn good and they win games. Now they're in the crap division.
It's a question. Well, they're not anymore, but it's a question I used to ask because I agree with literally everything you just said. Is it fun to be an Iowa football fan?
Ask Neil. Oh, he's gone.
No, but Neil would do it ironically because Neil would be running at 11 a.m. and he'd flip on ESPN2 so that he could listen to Pam Ward as she was looking live in Iowa City as Iowa took on Purdue.
Today sucked, I'll tell you that.
I don't know. Siski was pretty happy with it. He was pleased.
Baby, let's go. Build rosters one at a time.
By the way, did we go for it on fourth down?
No,
kick field goal. 10-3.
You don't win overs with field goals.
No, you do not. That's 2 in a row for you.
You don't win overs with field goals. Well, here's what I am hoping for. I'm hoping this game gets in the liquor cabinet in the second half.
Hey, we never finished the Auburn season.
Oh yeah. Hold on. Hang on. By the way, I still have their schedule pulled up. All right.
2-2 with Oklahoma next.
2-3.
Okay, but Oklahoma's bad too right now. They can't.
All right. So here's the question: are we saying that we think they'll split?
Defensively, they're going to hold Auburn to 7 points?
Okay. 2-3.
Tyler, has Venables ever coached against Hugh?
Don't think so.
What, man?
I bet he has. I know this. I bet he has a better plan than Hugh does.
2-3.
Okay, but here's the question: are we just going to say they split Arkansas and Oklahoma?
I mean, Neil's got them losing both of them. So we'll go. You can go 2.5, 2.5 if you want to.
Well, here's the question: who do we think would actually be favored? I actually think there's a decent chance Arkansas actually might be favored in that game.
I don't know. At Auburn?
Yeah, it's at Auburn.
But I mean, what we're saying, it's going to be 3 points either way, under 3 points either way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so let's do it this way. Let's start saying coin flips. All right, that's a coin flip.
It's a bad matchup for Auburn. I think Arkansas.
So 2-1 with a flip, and then Oklahoma.
All right.
I think they got a better chance of beating Oklahoma than they do Arkansas.
Let's say, for the sake of the argument, we're trying to let's say 3-3. Are we good?
Well, it's 5 games.
All right. At Georgia, they're 3-4.
No. We're only at 6 games at that point.
So we got 2-1, and 2 tosses.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying so that they play Oklahoma. We've given them they're going to be 3-3, one way or the other, and then they play at Georgia, and they're going to be 3-4.
No. Georgia is the 6th game of the season.
Oh, they're 3-3. All right.
Yeah, your math is off, Jeffrey.
Okay, so he was saying 3-3 before. I didn't realize he was saying
after Georgia.
Right.
They are
Correct.
2-2 and 2 tosses.
Okay.
Who's on?
So we're saying 3-3.
Yeah.
Sure,
bye week.
Yeah.
Bye week, and now Tyler, in your experience, does Hugh work more with the offense or the defense in bye weeks?
He's never worked for defense.
Okay. Well, no, that's not true. 2014, he did when before they played Auburn. When his offense was
3-3, and then at Missouri.
3-4.
3-4.
They're getting their ass kicked at Missouri.
Oh my
Missouri's
God!
legit.
What is the under going to be when Auburn plays at Kentucky?
6.5.
Are we gonna have an Iowa total? Are we gonna have like 30? Are we gonna have an SEC? Have we ever had an SEC total in the 30s?
It's going to be like 36.
It'll be low.
Iowa got down to 32 at one point last year, right? Or maybe even lower than that.
No, they got to. There was a 29 that hit.
Okay. And then a weird game. I mean, all jokes aside, weird game. Auburn at home against Vanderbilt.
Go ahead, Neil.
Toss it up.
That's 4 tosses.
Hey,
here's what I'm going
to tell you. Here's what I'm going to tell you. I've watched both teams so far this year, and so far Vanderbilt's better than Auburn.
Okay, I know y'all think I'm kidding. I'm dead serious. I'm not. I am not. If I'm Clark, I am not playing Diego against Alabama.
I mean, he's playing him against everybody, so it is what it is. But
my point is, he's not going to make it to their winnable games.
I'd be tempted to have Diego get COVID for 2 weeks.
I would be tempted to go, Diego, your hamstring doesn't look good. We did the
Georgia
MRI.
and Missouri. Sorry, guys, not playing that game.
Yeah.
No, it's all right. That's
Auburn's schedule. We got to socially distance and mask up. Got to get well. And then
we got to be Neil. We have to be responsible.
Absolutely,
it's about the kids.
And then, so 3, 4, 2 tosses, yes, and then their last 3 games. ULM, Texas A&M, and Alabama.
Hey.
Stop. Shut up.
Who'd they hire?
ULM, Bryant Vincent. He's 2-0, baby.
Do you know why he's 2-0, Jeffrey?
He's played, I assume, an FCS and an FCS.
Because he's a Quick U client, is that what I'm assuming?
He's been on McCready and Siskey, that's why.
Oh, okay.
No, they
so you're predicting
ULM,
them to go 4-8, is what you're saying?
All I'm saying is all the McCready and Siskey guests right now, we're undefeated. We haven't had a single coach with a loss.
Here's the problem.
I will say this: another team that we gave too much credit to, and I did it. I'm never doing it again. So help me God. Texas A&M might suck.
Why?
I mean,
okay. So here would be my counter
because I'm Northern Illinois.
That's Notre Dame's Texas A&M's
that's
problem.
Neil. Notre Dame under Marcus Freeman has the same problem that every Hugh Freeze team has, where they'll beat someone and you go, "Oh my God, like they're for real," and then they'll turn around the next week and you're like, they lose to Memphis, they lose to Northern Illinois, like they ride that wave because he's kind of one of those emotional coaches. Like,
yeah,
when he was mother effing everyone in the stands in that A&M game, those guys were ready to go.
Yeah, they shot their wall week 1. They came back and laid a goose egg today.
And they panicked when the two offensive linemen got hurt. A&M panicked.
Well, so is there a world where Auburn would let Hugh go at 5-7 with a loss to Vanderbilt?
Not the way they're recruiting.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll give him another year.
He'll have another year at least.
What about 4-8?
No, I think they'll give him another year regardless. The way he's recruiting.
Because here's the problem that I see with the exercise that we're doing. We're kind of basing it on teams not quitting. And what we've really seen in this era is when it goes south on teams, it goes really south really fast. And so some of these teams that we're going, okay, they could beat them or not. It's like, what if Arkansas beats Auburn, Oklahoma beats Auburn, and then Georgia beats Auburn, and they go into their bye week? Is that really going to be a motivated team?
I mean, I'm with you. I get what you're saying. I just think, regardless of what happens, a lot of their kids that are good players are young.
Right. Now, I would also say this on the flip side. We're doing the same thing of let's talk Auburn into bad. But let's also say this is entirely possible. They're going to win next week. They can beat Arkansas because Arkansas can beat itself, as proven today. Oklahoma offensively, like that could be a freaking 21-17 game that Auburn can win. And yeah, okay, they go and lose at Georgia, but all of a sudden they're 4-2 at the bye week. Well, that's a very different team.
I'll tell you guys one thing after today, and this is based on nothing but today. We've all been psyched up about Tennessee at Oklahoma as like it was going to be some great game. Nah.
Yeah, but even though you and I are not, we don't really like media play, like up play. Let's be real. We love the sport. So how can you not love Josh Heupel going back to Oklahoma, a place where he wins a national championship, becomes the offensive coordinator, gets fired by his head coach, who was his coach, and he's returning there for the first time ever? How can you not think something about that?
Oh, no. Don't get me wrong. Don't sign me up for the story. I'm just saying we've been talking about
Tennessee's going to win the game by 27 points. And,
Tennessee's going to.
I just wanted it on the record. I was dead wrong about A&M. I was not wrong about Tennessee.
No,
tomorrow when I do rank the SEC, I mean it's Georgia, Texas, Ole Miss, Tennessee.
Like, I don't know if Tyler, I don't know if you were listening to that, but great, another field goal with the over. I think Tennessee and Ole Miss are the same thing.
I think Ole Miss is a little. I would say Ole Miss is better than Tennessee
because of the defensive front.
Well, although I think Nico is going to be the real deal. He made some rookie mistakes tonight.
And you take the third-year guy with Lane over the first-year quarterback.
Yeah, and that's 100% biased, and I will tell you straight to your face. But I just honestly, trying to be unbiased. I think I would, if I had one game to win right now, I would want Jaxson Dart as my quarterback, not Nico. Today, not 3 years from now. Today.
Yeah. What about God? Because I agree with you. If they have to play tomorrow, I agree with you on that. But what if I had to go play a season?
Well, the guy's had 3 starts now, right? And although he's immensely talented, he made some rookie mistakes.
And I'm a sucker for talent. He had one. That one interception was bad. That was a bad.
I bet we can find an interview somewhere where Jeffrey talks about Anthony Richardson winning the Heisman. It's like it's coming. Look at that body. Look at that arm. It's right there.
No, you're making a mistake. What I love more than anything, I'm a sucker for talent, but also you have to prove you can throw the ball.
No,
Anthony Richardson never proved he could throw the ball.
It's a thing of beauty coming off his hand now. It really is. I mean, it chubs you up watching it. I mean, he's
so smooth. God, he's smooth.
Boise State 20, Oregon 14 at the half.
Yeah,
Jaxson Dart's just playing at a really high level right now.
By the way, is it entirely possible that we're just I think the problem is Tyler's coached at Ole Miss. We've covered Ole Miss. We all have history with Ole Miss. Like, everyone kept talking about Oregon. This is a team that could win the Big Ten. Like, I don't know. Like, what if the teams that we've been seeing, like, okay, I feel pretty damn good about Georgia. I feel pretty damn good about Texas. Like, what if it is like Ole Miss and Tennessee, and like those are the playoff teams? Like, a lot of these other teams, like, just they fart around.
Well, speaking of farting around, the game could have been over. It could have been a 70-0 game at half. I know we haven't talked about Ole Miss, even though this is Ole Miss postgame show. Middle Tennessee played the same damn coverage. They played too high the entire damn game, and he could have thrown a bender anytime he wanted to for an explosive play tonight. And they decided to work on other shit tonight. Like, I think Lane was bored, or whoever was calling plays just wanted to work shit tonight.
Well, they admitted after the game that the whole focus of the week was establishing the running game.
I was going to say, Tyler, if what you said before is true, wouldn't it make sense? Like, if you're worried about winning a national title or being as good as possible, and you're worried about the run game, shouldn't you come out and just try to run the ball?
Yeah, no, I'm with you, but I'm just saying, like, last week he went after their nuts from the jump, and he could have done that. He could have done that today. The safeties were like sprinting off the hash, and you could have had like a 5-4-40 backer match with 3 vertical up the middle anytime that they wanted it. And they just and look, I know Lane saw it, you know what I mean, and they just didn't call it. And I'm sitting there going like, I mean, just
no. Like, to your point, like, you could see the possessions where, like, what was it after they got up like 17? They clearly had a possession where they said, "All right, Jaxson, you can throw it," and like it was like bang, bang, bang.
Well, even the throws, right? They were throwing like
they threw the cross, they threw the deep cross, like whoever's in the slot would come like on a deep crosser.
Well, I think Jaxson checked a bunch of them, he started checking and started throwing because they were playing cover 6 at some times, and which is quarters to the field, 2 to the boundary, and he just got tired and started just wearing out Trey on hitches because they were bailing, and like I know there were runs called because I saw him over there looking at each other. Like I literally, because I was on my sideline, I saw Trey Harris like look over at Jaxson with his hands up like, are we gonna do this or what? So
how many plays does Ole Miss call that aren't RPOs?
Well, that was another thing, right? So there were 2 things that were kind of interesting schematic wise today for me, and when I was at the game. They would bring, what they were playing on defense. There was a certain amount of, Middle Tennessee wasn't very complex on defense. They didn't bring very many pressures, but they brought the nickel off the edge and rolled down and rolled the safety down and played cover 3. But they kept handing the ball off on like the running game instead of, if they had an RPO on, they would have bumped their head on the goalpost, but they didn't even have it on. So they called the run without protecting the run. And then, Neil, I heard you earlier in the postgame when you were on your first appearance in the postgame talk about the shot that Jaxson Dart took. Okay, in that protection, you can't, when you're running that particular off of power read toss, you can't protect the backside edge. That's the negative behind it. But you automatically have to have like a slants built in to that backside. And if you get pressure, you just automatically throw the hot. You have to throw hot on that. And they didn't have that built in. So that makes me think that they were just calling shit to call it and work on it. But he got his bell rung unnecessarily on that play. He should have thrown hot and scored a touchdown on it.
So they weren't even really scheming it at all, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it was kind of,
they were scrimmaging.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called they didn't have all the bells and whistles designed in the plays. Like that's base. You know what I mean? Like on that one that he got, that Neil that you were talking about in the pregame where he got hit took the tough shot. Like that's a built-in hot because you can't protect edge blitz off of that protection.
All right, Tyler, here's another question I have. How are RPOs taught today? Because RPO, I don't know, back in like 2013 or whatever, just became a buzzword. And it became like a term. I think it became like a term for when people would see teams spread the field and run from the gun. But like I played in an offense where technically everything was an RPO, but we didn't have RPOs. It was literally I'd count the box. If we had light box, it was run inside zone. If we had a particular look, it was run outside zone. If the box was heavy and they played off, I just threw it quickly out to a receiver. Like those are technically RPOs, but like how are these things being taught today? Because that's kind of where I get a little confused.
Yeah, so first of all, it depends on obviously your formation, but let's say this. So like read zone, right? So read zone, You're reading the defensive end. Okay.
Yep.
If I'm running an RPO off of read zone, okay, I can still pull it. I can throw the bubbles and all that shit off of that, right? But a lot of times what they'll do is they'll base, instead of reading the defensive end, they'll base him, and now you're reading the wheel backward.
All right.
And so
the
wheel flows, and I'm going to replace that with a slant behind him.
Okay, hold on, let me stop right there. What is called from the sideline?
So do
I know, like when I get – so, for instance, if we're going no huddle, whatever, I'm looking over to the sideline because I'm used to quote-unquote RPOs being the thing of, all right, I get the look from the sideline. They basically told me I can run 3 different plays. That's obviously not the same thing. But, like, am I looking over to the sideline and I know all of a sudden we've gone from I'm reading the backside end to I'm reading the will?
No, so the quarterback knows, right? So the quarterback's the only one got to know. So example, if that play I just called right there, I would have called that in. I'd say, here we go. We're going to go 10 personnel, 2-2, 4-dog Dallas. So that's inside zone to the right with double slants to the left. All right, so 4-dog Dallas. Then the quarterback knows that he comes up and he goes dog 22. When he talks to the offensive line, it tells him we're in an inside zone to the right. And then he automatically, he would look to the tackle and say, lock. That means we're not reading it. You're locked on the defensive end, so you're blocking out on him. And so now he controls everything else off the wheel. So you're calling the play with the route at the same time. So you're calling run play and the route, and the quarterback controls it. So nobody
So the
else.
receiver is just running the route that normally, no matter what, he's that's what I'm doing.
So
Yeah.
Jaxson kills the zone read, and immediately, like, he's the one that will make the call. Like, whenever I see Jaxson go to the line, like, after he's gotten in the gun, he takes a look and then he steps up. That's what he's killing.
No. So he's going to come up. He's going to lock it regardless. Okay. So he's telling the offensive line, all they hear is 4 dog. They hear inside zone right.
Right.
All right. So now Jaxson or whoever would come to the left tackle and tell him lock. That means lock on the defensive end. Don't run inside zone. You're blocking the defensive end. All right. The receivers don't see shit. All they see is runs double slant. They don't even know it's a run play. They just know it's a pass play. And so when Jaxson goes, when he knows what he's doing, so he's running read zone, and he's looking at he's reading the wheel now, the wheel backer, instead of reading the defensive end. And if the wheel backer starts fast flowing over the top, he's going to pull it and replace it with a slant because the safety is going to be high. Does that make sense?
Yes. So
if the wheel backer sits, okay. Mm-hmm. Will backer sit
because everything receivers do now is based on leverage, correct?
Say that again.
Most of what receivers do is based on leverage, defensive leverage.
Sometimes it just depends on the play.
Because so I guess what I'm hearing is, so for instance, while we didn't run pure RPOs, receivers basically now only know whatever's called from the side. Like, they're telling them run slants, but like it used to be, all right, we'd call a particular play, and while it might have a tag, they knew it was based on coverage. Like, okay, maybe if I'm tagged to run a slant, but he's got inside leverage, I'm going to run the out, and it was up to the quarterback. They'd have to signal it. Whereas now it's just like, they're just looking to the sideline. The sideline's telling them you're running double slants no matter what.
Yeah, so those are built in. Like, that's when you wouldn't call a route. You just call the play. Those are going to be built into the natural play. Like, I know what you're talking about. We ran that with your favorite coach, Hugh Freeze, right? So like we would have natural. If we didn't call it an RPO, like a route combination, it was going to be bubbles and hitches to the single, right? And so it was automatically built in. And that was kind of the evolution of the RPOs. That's the screen game, wide receiver screen game is how RPOs started. And then when we started running in Oklahoma, Oklahoma State's who started it with Mike Gundy, but started running the old stick draw off of the just fold, and we started running, old school stick route to the trips and reading the mic. And that's kind of how it started. And we're like, hell, we can get away with this. And then everybody started getting more and more aggressive with it. And then the college game, the officials are absolutely atrocious of calling wide receiver downfield. They're terrible.
I mean lineman downfield. Lineman downfield. Yeah, no, I was going to say, who, in your mind, who's the first person that figured out we can hold a run fake, have the safety who has to honor his keys. Our safety has to come down and declare himself. Who's the first person that figured out, all right, hold a run fake, play action, and then just we should show a run look, and we can just run a deep post off of it?
They all kind of happen at the same time, but they're all in the kind of the same family because they meet in off season. But it's Mike Gundy and his crew and the Kevin Sumlins of the world and TCU's of the world, and then it just took off. Chip Kelly of the world, like they all just kind of like came together and all decided to do it at the same time, and then everybody else caught up the next year. But it happened very quickly. Like it was all of a sudden it was like 6 teams doing it one week, and then the next week 100 teams were doing it.
Would you, philosophically, because I think there's a difference between would you do it if you got to, at the end of the day, you're paid to win, so you got to run whatever's going to win. But would you agree philosophically it's cheating?
Why would it be cheating?
Because the linemen are going so far downfield.
Well, call the motherfucker. If they don't call it, it's cheating.
I know. It's in the end, if college football, like all you have to do is just say that because my argument was always put an official on the sideline that all he has to do is watch linemen downfield, and he can throw the flag.
That's the problem, is they got too much to look at.
That's what I'm saying. Add another. So, like, remember back when we started doing this, the hurry up with tempo, we added that extra official that all he does is spot the ball, so that the umpire who was responsible for always spotting the ball, it's always. I feel like every umpire is the same. It's always like the biggest, fattest guy that can't move, and so we added that extra official that all he does is spot the ball. Just add someone who literally stands on the sideline, have him be 3 yards downfield, like they do in freaking soccer. Have somebody that's ahead of the play, and if you really care about stopping it, he'll wave the flag. It's offsides, or he'll throw the flag. It's illegal man downfield. But they don't actually care.
No, yeah, I mean they want to. The NFL is just easier. It's easier to call. Like NFL they don't miss. Like you go 1 yard, 1 inch, they're going to get you. They don't miss. And so, like, the RPOs that you see in the NFL are all off of zone because you're going lateral, most time, and you can see that. And in college, when you got 3 yards, you can go. That's what makes it so. That's why the game, everybody says
3 yards.
Dude, it sounds 3 yards, 1 yard. Most fans would be like, oh, that's no big deal. Dude, that's a massive deal because now you can run it off gap scheme. And what the hell are you supposed to tell a safety? You know what I mean? Like, hey, you're supposed to be in coverage, but they're running counter down your throat, and you got to fit, weak side B gap here because we're a plus back. Like, it's just it's damn near impossible to play defense with a 3 yard rule. And now, of course, if Coach Saban was making the rules, it'd be 1 yard, but he's not, right? But those guys, that's all they do is bitch about the 3 yard and 1 yard rule.
No, I just also love that we say it's 3 yards. Because I always as someone like I'm someone who just loves football, so I never bought into the idea you either are a college football fan or an NFL football fan. I viewed it as I have 2 days to watch football instead of 1 day to watch football. And I always laugh when NFL fans are bitching about officiating, because I see it the exact way you do. Like, I think most of the griping I would have about NFL officiating has nothing to do with them. It's the fact that the league has made them. They've put in so many rules that everything has become a judgment call. And how the hell are you supposed to judge it when the game moves as fast as that game does? But, like, to hear people bitching about NFL officials and then watching college football on Saturdays, it's just like I have no time for your complaints.
Yeah, the NFL, they don't miss much, man. Now this bullshit on the line of scrimmage rule, legal procedure rule that they decided they wanted to call in the first NFL game the other day was kind of horseshit.
Hey, I don't know if they called it in the second one too.
Yeah, it's a horseshit call. Like that tells me that's
I love it. There's nothing I love more than when the NFL Black Ops. Everyone focuses on all the rule changes in the NFL. Like, you got the Florios of the world that are reading about what they actually voted on. My favorite thing is when we show up on Thursday night, championship reveal night, and the NFL has something they've decided that they're going to emphasize that no one's ever mentioned. All of a sudden, we got 4 illegal formations in the first drive. I was just like, God damn it, Goodell did it again.
The person who decided to emphasize that's never never broken a huddle in their life. The rule
right, but isn't that the problem with most sports? Most rule changes are usually written by people that have never played.
Well, like, everybody's in a 2-point stance, right? So the rule states that you have to that your helmet has to break the belt line of the center. That's the rule. All right. So if you're in a 2-point stance, okay, so in your mind, think about a tackle being in a 2-point stance.
I'm with you.
Versus a 3-point stance. When you're in a 3-point stance, your helmet is going to break the hip of the center. But just because I decided to go on a 2-point stance so I don't get speed rushed by this freakazoid that's lined up across from me, my helmet is naturally I'm going to set back a little bit with my weight. It has nothing to do where your feet are. And then, especially for the NFL, it's really bothers me because the NFL for years, if you watch the NFL play, hell, you can't tell who's on the ball and who's off the ball. They all look like they're on the ball. And so they've been so liberal with There you go, Neil. I'm trying to get us a strike as fast as I can.
No, Tyler, you're missing the best part about all this. My favorite part is that what was driven me insane, even though I'm at my core, I'm an offensive guy, and I would rather see better offense than better defense. Allowing the tackles to clearly false start for the last 3-4 years, I feel like that's been a trend.
I will say this.
We're not addressing that, but you know what we are going to address? We're going to address the fact that we're going to still let you get that jump, but God damn it, your helmet is going to be on the line of scrimmage.
I will say this though, those dudes they get it timed pretty good. You know what I mean? Like it is false start, but like only if you slow mo it. I mean those guys are down.
There's been plenty the last 2 years though that have been like, oh my, because like that.
It's a tough call. I mean,
Lane Johnson. All I'm thinking is, now granted, I'm a Giants fan and I fucking hate the Eagles. Lane Johnson was the absolute king of it. Lane Johnson was a full, and I get it, he's a hell of an athlete. But Lane Johnson was like a full, like if it would have been set hut, Lane Johnson's jumping on set.
Does real quick super chat? Does Dart's Heisman odds get a little better tomorrow? Probably not. I think they stick it. What is it? Plus 900.
I don't think they were impacted by tonight one way or the other.
Yeah,
he's tied, right?
He's either tied or 50 off the lead with Beck.
Let's be real.
Gabriel. Sorry. Oh well, no, they would because Gabriel could fall.
Cam's got to be up there too.
He was 50 behind Dart. Yeah, it was all there all the time.
Let's be real. Jackson's odds. Whether or not we're talking odds, whatnot, who cares? Because the worst thing you can be, in my opinion, is the early season favorite, because Heisman voters don't actually watch college football, so all they're going to see is what you do at the end of the season. Jackson's Heisman future comes down to the Georgia game.
Well,
and maybe Beck's do too.
He just treaded water today. That's not negative. It's just
he didn't know. Jackson was awesome, but he didn't gain ground. He didn't lose ground. Like he just whatever.
Yeah.
Since my man Scoops went hot take, I can already tell you the 3 final Heisman people. I can tell you the 4. I can tell you the 4. It's going to be Quinn Ewers.
Yep.
It's going to be Carson Beck, Jaxson Dart. I can tell you the 5. Jaxson Dart, Cam Ward, and there's 0.0% chance that in the world we live in, 0.0% chance in the current status of planet that we live in, that our guy from Colorado is not going to be in the Final 5.
All right, I got one more for you.
Tell him, Scoop.
No.
Did you see him make a business decision tonight? He might be kind of done.
Soft.
Yeah, he was hanging it up a little tonight. I mean, you know what?
Tyler, I think you're missing another one.
Who I got?
You seen what? I mean, again, they're up 20-14. Jean-T's already got 85 yards and a score, at least one score, right? Let me see. Let me double check. Ashton's got 14 carries, 85 yards, along a 31 and a score. If he runs for another 80 and they win this game, they're not going to play another defense the rest of the year. You're telling me you don't think he could be a finalist?
No, because he's at Boise.
At the moment, right now, Quinn Ewers plus 650, Dart 800, Ward 850, Gabriel 900, Beck 1,000.
The only person, and I would say this, the only person that changed his odds today was Quinn.
Yeah, sure.
Hey,
yeah.
Let me tell you something. I don't know how well y'all watched that game. They're pretty fucking good.
They are.
Oh, I had the same feeling I did. Last week. I told Neil in the second half of that Georgia Clemson game, I was like, God, I think everybody's just playing for second. I kind of had the same feeling. Now, this is what I do think is interesting. What if Clemson and Michigan are just kind of whatever? 8-4-ish, 9-3-ish in bad leagues. And I know the Big Ten's not a bad league, but Michigan doesn't have a tough schedule.
Well, Michigan didn't know that today, though. You know what I mean? Like, they came to play. That place they were at home. The place was freaking rocking, and they literally kicked their ass. It would have been
right, but I'm with you. But Michigan came to that game with Davis Warren as their quarterback.
And I'm with you, but I'm just saying, like, they went on the road, and I mean, dude, that was an ass kicking. And what they did to Colorado State, and everybody's like, "Oh, Colorado State." Colorado State's not terrible. I mean, like, they're not 52-0 bad. You know what I mean?
No,
like,
I agree. No, I think I actually like the quarterback.
Colorado State would have beat Auburn today. You know what I mean? Like Colorado State's, you know what I mean? They're not terrible. And Quinn Ewers, when he steps, like, he was a fucking magician, man. When he stepped up in the pocket and bought himself time, I mean, they had dudes running free. And everybody's like, well, what are they going to do? You know, Texas, they lost the running backs and how his receivers go. I was like, yeah, but they kind of reloaded. Like, dude, they got dudes running Scott ass free, and, you know, they're pretty fucking good.
No, all I was thinking about today was, God, I hope both teams get there healthy. Texas, Georgia is going to be fucking awesome.
That, to me, that's the best. Like, I would have told you preseason. I think Neil would probably agree with me on this one. I think preseason, I think we both thought that, like, the Oregon Oregon-Ohio State game was, like, the game that should be. But, like, after what I've seen with both those teams, yeah, it'll be a good game. But I want to see Georgia, Texas. That's two Warriors going at it right there. Those are two best rosters that I've seen so far. Miami is up there too, but Miami played Little Sister Mary's of the Poor today.
Okay, I think this would be a fun exercise. Let's go stock up, stock down.
All right.
Because I thought this was. I found myself after last week, because I kind of thought we were inevitably headed to Ohio State, Georgia in some form or fashion.
And play your full game, but I'm cutting this at halftime, so you got about 3 minutes left. So,
all right.
I'm Neil's really dying over there.
All right. We all agree.
As Arizona State keeps walking away, I'm getting less interested in the game. So,
we all agree Texas's stock is up today, obviously.
100%.
Yes.
All right. Stock up, stock down. Alabama.
Down.
Stock up, stock down. Penn State.
Down.
Stock up, stock down. Ole Miss.
Up.
Same.
Yeah, I don't.
It was another game of staying healthy, and Watkins came back and is not hurt.
I don't know how you.
If you want to make the argument, stay.
It's minimal. If it's 1 to 5, it's
I'm
1.5.
not going to argue with up. It's certainly not down. It's up. It's the same. I mean, it's not fair to them, but they haven't played anybody yet.
Go ahead.
Stock up, stock down. Ohio State.
I didn't even see their score today.
I don't know. They were up 35-0 quickly. I don't know what the final was.
Same, or if you want to give them the little Ole Miss one bump for just not getting somebody hurt.
Assuming nobody got hurt, I'm the same thing. To me, Ole Miss and Ohio State are the same thing. And stock up, stock down. Oregon.
Down. This is 2 games in a row where maybe they're not good. We're doing the media narrative thing it drives me insane. Because we said all summer, Oregon's awesome. And now they've played Idaho and Boise State, and they don't look awesome. I mean, they're barely the Idaho State champs. So, no, their stock is down.
Neil, well said.
Hey, Neil,
Michigan.
Quote of the night.
Stock up, stock down, Tennessee.
Up, way up.
Big win, yeah.
Way
Defensive line was active, 100%.
I think you can make the argument. In fact, I'll make the argument tomorrow in 10 Thoughts that Tennessee's 4th in the league.
I get it. Tyler, you know better. You've worked with him.
Who did you drop?
I've
got Missouri at 5, and I've got Bama at 6.
I would swap those, but I would put Tennessee ahead of Alabama right
and then,
now.
hey, here's the crazy one. Who's 7?
7
because
would be.
If Arkansas had won today and they beat themselves, I'd put Arkansas at 7. That's how bad the middle belly of the league is.
If
LSU.
Nussmeier is still healthy, it's LSU.
LSU.
Okay, but I mean LSU. I mean, you kinda.
I'm going to give LSU more credit in a close loss to SC in Vegas than I am Arkansas blowing one at Oklahoma State. They both beat
and I'm cool with that, but like Auburn sucks, Kentucky sucks, Carolina sucks. I mean, shit. You start talking about
he's not said anything I disagree with. The only thing I would argue.
I mean,
the only thing
State sucks. I mean, seriously, like Vanderbilt might be 10th.
Hey Neil, I bet I know who's DFL on your list tomorrow.
I mean, DFL's Florida.
Oh, I thought you were going to put Auburn at DFL.
No, I mean it might be State.
Look, it might be State if State gets beat 38-10 here.
I mean, I'm watching
guys.
State
There's
right
still
now,
plenty of time for this over. Y'all are being very negative on this over.
Hey, look. Jeffrey and I have money on this. Can we have some positive vibes here, please?
Yeah. How about y'all being very negative on this over?
You just got a defensive touchdown, little quick strike, sudden change.
And more importantly, I need this game to get wild to where, Arizona State starts slacking off. Oh, but no, this was going to be my point. Tyler, I know you know Mario. What if the boy that cried wolf is actually telling the truth this time? Like, I know we keep doing this. Mario's got a good team. And everyone's finally just decided, like, I'll believe it when I see it. I don't know, man. What if this time
they've got a great roster? It's just whether he's going to screw it up at some point over the course of the next 12 games. They've got a damn good roster.
That league might not be good. That league might not be good enough to screw it up.
Here's where I think he might have an advantage. He might get good old fashioned Clemson, where that league's so bad. He's not going to get beat up like everyone else is. And he might get to the damn playoff pretty damn healthy. And I don't know, man. Like, the team that I changed my opinion on most from the summer to now was Miami.
Well, I mean, I had a little cheat code there. I'm a big, I had,
it's good. Good for me.
Good for you. For me.
By the way, that's 30. If we get 30 points in this half,
you're on pace, dog.
I'm halfway there.
Look, at the end of the day, we talk about roster. At the end of the day,
Dylan Gabriel might be out.
Do you have a freaking quarterback or not?
Yeah.
Do you have a quarterback or not? And we can talk about roster and all that stuff. You can put together the best roster money can buy. But if you don't have a dude pulling back there, pulling the, getting a snap. And I'm a big believer in Cam Ward.
To your point, are we sure Ohio State upgraded at quarterback?
No, they did not upgrade. But
did y'all see what Syracuse looked like today?
Yeah, that Florida State went. That Georgia Tech, Florida State went. Georgia Tech's win against Florida State didn't look so good after Boston College did them.
Not only that, you seen how Kyle McCord's played, and I'm not saying Kyle was great last year. I want to be very clear, but I always felt like Ryan Day was scapegoating Kyle McCord, and he wasn't. They had bigger issues than just Kyle McCord.
Well, I was joking the other day. I said, they got 21 really good players at Ohio State. You got to cut them a little slack in the quarterback territory since they've hit on like 15 quarterbacks in a row. I mean, think about this. Not only do the quarterbacks they've had in the past, I don't know how many years now have been drafted and done well. They also have on the bench Joe Burrow and freaking Quinn Ewers. You know what I mean? Like,
but see what you spin, I also spin with. Never forget, when anyone wants to tell me what a brilliant mind Urban Meyer is, Urban Meyer literally picked Dwayne Haskins over Joe Burrow.
He was pretty fucking good, dog.
Was he good, or was Ohio State playing in the Big Ten with freaking like? It's the same problem. I love Carson Beck. But I openly admit it's impossible to evaluate Carson because of what Carson's playing with.
Where did he get drafted?
15th in a bad quarterback draft.
But you know what I mean? Like, still, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know we kind of split hairs and this and that and kick Joe Burrow to the side, but Joe Burrow wasn't Joe Burrow until his second year at LSU. Because his first year, I thought he was average as grits. And then he woke up.
I would agree with that. It's also I used to get driven insane when people acted like Joe Brady was reinventing offense, and I'm like that. But yeah, no, I'd agree. But also, Joe showed up on campus in June.
Yeah, I mean, but he still was not very good. His first year at LSU, he was okay.
He's pretty freaking good in that A&M game.
Yeah, he was. I wasn't overly impressed with him his first year at LSU, and his second year he was Joe Burrow. But like they've had some they almost like you almost want to cut them some slack a little bit because they've hit on so many damn quarterbacks. I mean, they've probably hit on more quarterbacks than any other team in the NCAA in the last decade.
27-3 now. Sun Devils over.
I'm on pace.
Just working them on the offensive front.
Not looking good for your
hammer,
boys.
On the back seven right here. Front seven.
How many? Seriously, how many points am I going to need from State?
You need them
17.
Yeah,
17.
13 to 17.
You maybe need more than that.
But
I think I'm going to lean on them. I think they're going to blow a couple.
I think I'm going to need State to get to the 20s to force. I think I'm going to need State to get in the 20s to force Arizona State to get into the 40s.
That's probably about right.
Hey, here's a stat for you. I saw y'all probably didn't. Chase, you may have seen it. You may have watching it. Just Arizona State has 60 new players on their team.
I just saw it on the stream.
60 new players on their team.
Tyler, did you watch any Arizona State last year?
Yes, I did. They were atrocious.
They needed 60 new players.
Your boy your boy likes to build rosters for like a hobby. I sure would have liked 60 chances to freaking change the roster in 1 year. I might not be on a podcast right now if I got 60 chances to do it. It's kind of a side hobby.
I don't think people know this. Arizona State last year, at the end of the year, there was a point in the season where they had managers that were in the offensive line rotation.
Yeah, dude. If I could change 60 dudes and have $20 million to go buy players with, I could have had fun with that. That would have been fun.
Who's going to be the first team? Who's going to be the first team that experiments with? You know what? This ain't working. Like, let's just because Arizona State could do it because last year they weren't any good. But like, who's going to be the team that was like, you know what? We were like 7-5, 8-4. Like, let's just go for broke. Like, let's just blow it all up and see if it's different.
I don't know. You got me on that one. I don't know.
I mean, it's got to be a team that actually can afford it. So there's not a lot of options.
Yeah. So it's going to be a team with a new coach.
It's a new coach in the SEC or the Big Ten that's actually got revenue for that. Yeah.
I guess this is the real question, Tyler. If Florida got their shit together, oh my God, he missed the extra point. If Florida got their shit together, could they actually? Because I always get the sense the biggest problem with Florida is they have money, but they have people that don't want to pay. Is that fair?
Florida's got too many Chiefs and not enough Indians.
Yeah.
So are they? Maybe this is a better example. What if Florida right now is what Texas has been for the last 20 years?
No, they're not even close. They don't have the money like that now. Texas A&M. SMU, SMU.
Okay, but do you see what I'm saying? Like, what about Texas had all the money for the last 20 years and they've weathered in, complete, they've just been irrelevant. And then Sark gets there, and Sark's the first person since Mac that can get everybody on the same page. Like, does Florida? I'm not saying maybe at the highest level like Texas, but does Florida have the possibility of – because you don't have to be Texas. Like, Florida just needs to be Ole Miss. How hard is it for Florida to become Ole Miss?
Harder than you would think. I think Ole Miss is almost double what Florida has right now.
Okay, I would also ask this question: is Ole Miss, or is Ole Miss just got Lane Kiffin and Lane Kiffin's got the thing operating?
Ole Miss has got Ole Miss has got a lot of fucking coin rolling right now, and a good coach,
Right?
But you a lot of
Right.
fucking coin.
But my point is, like, is this the same thing as like when Nick Saban got to LSU, not Alabama? Because I think what Nick's biggest culture change is Nick got to LSU and he gave them the blueprint, and LSU hasn't like had the dips like they used to have. Has Lane done for Ole Miss what Nick did to LSU?
It's just different. You know what I mean? It's like it's a totally different time. I mean, it's hard to even compare. I mean, yet Lane, in my opinion, Lane's done at Ole Miss. Lane's been outside the box, but he's been he's been one step ahead on a chess match. You know what I mean? Like every single move he's made has been one step ahead as the landscape has changed so much so fast, and he's been almost like a season ahead of everybody else as it's moved along. And I think he's used that to his advantage. You know, it was NIL, it was the portal, it was Lane learned. I think Lane learned a lesson in the 7-5 year, right? He got a bunch of good players, but had some culture issues, right? And then he was a year ahead of like letting good players go that didn't fit in the culture. Let's just say that. You know what I mean? Like
I totally agree.
He's ahead, so it's very hard to say. Like I don't think you can compare anything. You know, what Neil? What you always say? What 2020? Maybe like 4 years ago. I think we're in a whole new damn.
No, because the problem is for every other generation you could look at, there was at least enough of a structure that everyone kind of knew what rules were or what. Now we're now in an era where nobody knows A, what rules are, B, nobody knows what the formula is, and C, you've opened up free agency literally by the day. So It invites ideas.
Hey, you know what, Chase? You know who you need to write an article on? Who deserves the kickoff guy for Ole Miss? That guy's amazing, and nobody gives him any love.
Is it not the kicker?
I don't know. 41, is that the kicker?
Yeah, that's the kicker. Yeah, dude has a Chase and I were on him when Neil was covering the Tulane game. Chase and I were on him. He hit like 59-yarder or something. He had some ridiculous field goal. Chase and I were like, "Oh, that's different."
Well, his freaking kickoffs are majestic, man. He was kicking off into I guess that would be the north end zone.
Yeah.
And the wind was blowing that way. That ball was freaking just hovering up there. His ball defy gravity.
Tyler, I don't know. Do you remember Auburn used to have a kid named Cody Bliss? And I went to MUS, and we would play Brentwood Academy every year, and Cody went to Brentwood. And Cody hit what we would call helium balls, where you would just watch him in warm-ups. Oh, my God. Neil's a second ahead of me. Cody would hit, like, these balls he would hit would just, like, it literally looked like he was kicking, like, a vortex. Like, the same thing with the Ole Miss kid. That kid hits, it comes off his foot different.
Well, like
that never would have happened, Jeffrey, had you had DirecTV. There's no way you'd be a second behind right there.
Well,
like
that's not true. That's not true. I'm on Peacock, so you're at the mercy.
You're at the will of the internet.
Everybody's at the mercy of their stream.
Yeah, Neil, they made a good point. Neil, had somebody told you the Middle Tennessee postgame show was going to be 4 hours and 29 minutes, we would have thought something went straight to hell this afternoon.
Oh, I would have thought something was bad.
By the way, excuse me. Quick question for Chase. How many super chats you get?
They've come in. They've kept rolling. They've been thinking something like that.
Don't ever say your boy doesn't love you.
Yeah, for sure. Now you've been on for now
4
hours and 30 minutes. No, she was hanging in. I mean, she was throwing barbs at me at some point. We're
Neil's been on.
She's gonna kill you now for moving the camera over there for the.
She's got her Ole Miss stuff on. Hey, this is the – listen, I don't care, honestly, what happens. The Rebels one way or the other. But let me tell you what. When the Rebels win, my life is a whole lot easier. I get fewer phone calls from my father, and my wife's got a little bit more spring in her step. And guess what I root for? I root for me.
Well, so you got that problem I have, Jeffrey. I should put you on the phone with them. Do you know how many phones I got? How many phone calls and text messages?
Because you're all your Bama friends.
Auburn people.
Ooh. Well, hey, you could have hired someone else.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Or you could get a new quarterback. Or
or the guy that you hired could have gotten a new quarterback.
Hey, what's the possibilities of getting you and Hugh on a show at the same time?
I've asked him.
We can probably make that happen. You think, Neil? And Neil?
And because we need a new helmet sign, so we'll just get him to sign it to Jeffrey, and then we'll put it up, and then
no chance because Hugh knows at the deep down Hugh knows that he has questions from us that he doesn't want to answer.
Hey, how about this? I
just want to go back to Auburn and have Hugh welcome me back to Auburn. That'd be 2 SEC schools that he would have welcomed me back to.
Yes, let's do it.
I think you can do that.
Hey, I didn't know. Yeah, you got to tell me that story. I remember the story of when Hugh brought you the box of Ole Miss stuff, and like that was an awkward thing. I do not remember him welcoming you back to Ole Miss. You got to tell me that one.
Yes, it was 2016 season. It was Ole Miss Media Day, and I'm in the IPF Manning Center, whatever, and he's like, "It's nice to have you back. Welcome back to Ole Miss." And I was like, "What?" And he said, "Welcome back." And I said, "I never left." And it was obvious that was his way of saying, I know I've scapegoated you for several months, but
Tyler, because Tyler asked me the question. Tyler, are you understanding now why I feel the way I do?
And then literally within the course of 2 hours, he had unfollowed me on Twitter. He refollowed me on Twitter, and then when I didn't follow him on Twitter, he unfollowed me again.
Tyler, this is a God's honest truth. Hugh used to have media relations people tell media or whoever when Hugh unfollowed them, because Hugh would instruct media relations person to literally instruct them to tell them that that he had unfollowed them on Twitter. Also, another one of my underrated favorite ones, Tyler, he literally used to have a media relations intern that was responsible for checking his Wikipedia page every day and reporting back to him if there had been any changes.
Yeah.
Would you consider, coaches, would you consider that normal behavior?
Completely normal.
Uh-huh.
Completely normal.
Uh-oh. All right, I'm calling this. What's the Oregon Boise State deal?
2020.
Where are we at?
2020.
What time left?
Perfect vision.
Neil's favorite election.
Third.
All right, 7.5 in the third for that. We will have your normal week of programming. Again, thanks to Realtree. It's been up all day.
Same time next week?
MPW 15. Yeah, of course. MPW 15 for 15% off at Realtree.com. Use it, pick up some gear, and more. So appreciate those guys. 4 hours, 34 minutes, and 20 seconds as we are going right here. Jeffrey's been on the entire time. Hell, Sissy's been on like 2.5 hours, 3 hours.
Oh my God!
As we keep talking. So,
hey, can I have my Realtree hat to wear for next week?
I will drop it off on Monday morning.
I'm just trying to support our guys.
I will. I will drop off stuff. I even got some. Can you wear a large?
No, I have a peanut head.
No, a shirt.
Extra large. I'm a fat guy.
All right, extra large on that. We can make that happen too. All right, appreciate you guys. We will talk to all of you later. Jeffrey, Neil, Siski, have a good night. Enjoy the rest of the games, and we'll do it next week.